ヤお肉神様お肉神様お肉神様お肉神
Hello everyone, I'll be right with you. I just had a couple of technical errors. You might have heard the little beep boops. One moment. One moment, I'll be right with you. You're gonna have to deal with silence for a minute. Okay, you know what? I can talk over it. I'm resetting something with iTunes, so that's why there's silence. Hello everyone. Sorry, I don't know what was going. There was some weird stuff going on with my mouse, and I'm just resetting iTunes too. But hello everyone, and welcome to part 2 of our top 100 lists. Thank you so much for joining me. Hannah came in and rescued the mouse. Thankfully. It was doing strange stuff. I'll let you know if it happens again. It kind of triggered when iTunes did something weird, which is why I reset iTunes. I don't know. iTunes has been haywire today, or the last couple days. Welcome. Oh, yeah, will iTunes work? It was working. Let's see. It's back. Let's see. Oh god, this song. Oh god, this song. Oh boy. Why did it have to be this one? I think it's working now. It's been tech has been wild on this channel for the last couple streams. Okay, yeah, never using iTunes, Apple Music. It's been great for me for like four and a few years. Four and a few months, years. But, man. Okay, I think we're set. It's been rough the last couple days. Okay. We're here. First of all, thank you very much for Lust Zero for the 8-month resub. Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Pink Sage, for the 32 months. Hisashi Bude. Thank you, Pink Sage. And hello, everyone. Welcome. We have a little bit of housekeeping to do, but not too much. We did most of it last week. Trish, Sarah, Petupon, Mandarina, Senior, I hope you enjoyed, Trish. I hope you enjoyed. Elijah, Holly, Finn. Krollo in the announcement tweet surely means he's going to be top 1 this year. We'll see. I'll show you guys last year's Antag list really quickly. You guys can obviously check it out yourself, but there's some really fun stuff to quickly show you before we get into the list, because we have a lot to do with these ones. Blackhawk, Unlucky Emperor, Diego Lucio, enjoy your time at the gym. Sunflux, Pink Sage again, Lust again, thank you very much. Mist, is Stringer Bell an antagonist? Yes. In my opinion, Lolo, Stringer Bell is an antagonist. Hello, Power Flare. There we go. iTunes is back. Buzzy Benz, all time series including stuff outside anime and manga. Yup. Every single, as is the case with all the top 100 lists, every single piece of fiction I've ever experienced is valid. Movies, games, anime, manga, comics, even though I've read like 3, books, TV shows, whatever, visual novels. Hannah, Goose, Tom, Roshanaz, Radius, Luigi, Jonathan, Greenfool, Scarlet Kurta, Mari, Orochimaru Rise? We'll see. Andres, Moonless, I sure did enjoy. I did tell you, you're in one of the peaks of Andor for me. So I'm very looking forward. Kane, just watched your video about the Fullbringer arc and it got me wondering, did Ginjo ever make it into the antagonist list? Which Bleach villains were in the last list? You can check yourself. Oh yeah, Sarah just linked it, but I'll let you know. Would Amon be an antag? Yes he would. Yes, he would. But to answer the question, Ginjo was absolutely on last year's list. So, the first order of business. What comics have I read? The Walking Dead, the Sonic the Hedgehog comics, and probably another one. I don't know. I'm sorry, Moonless. I've been sleeping really bad the last couple weeks. Where would I place Omar Little on the protag-antag scale? Right in the middle. No, he's not antagonistic, but he's a deuteragonist for me. So there have been a couple questions about last year's list. So first of all, welcome everyone. Part 2. This is week 2 of 3. Last week we finished the top 100 fictional protagonists of all time, and it's right here. And if you would like to look at this list, you can do so by just using this command. And this will bring you over to this sort of master list, in which case we now have 2026 filled in for protagonists. After this week, antagonists will be filled in. And then that'll take you here. And you can see how things shook up last week if you haven't been able to check out the streams or the VODs, or if you're just wanting to look at the list. Yeah, so it's right there. Now, this will also lead you into last year's list, which is right here. I was really concerned that I spoiled the whole list immediately. I'm like, is this 2025 or 2026? And someone asked about Ginjo, so you can just control find Ginjo, but he is 75. He was 75 last year. Hello, Sebastian. Hello, that's Mike. Welcome in. Hello, Heartbeat. So yeah, that's you can check last year's list. You can check last week's list for the protags, and then a couple more things. Chrono Cross, Sebastian. I didn't know you played it. Hello, Yuki. Hope you had a great weekend. Hello, Evan. Corolla will get second place again this year. He's a big Arsenal fan. Right out of the gate, eh, Lolo? Damn. You funded the Trigger video? Of course you have. See, the thing is, I played Chrono Trigger, and literally I didn't play Chrono Cross until a few months ago. Fake Chrono fan. Top 1 isn't moving this year, don't think? You think? I don't know. We'll see. I know, me too, Sarah. I'm glad you liked it. I loved Chrono Cross. Man, what an interesting game to talk about. Maybe I'll talk about it sometime in the next week or two. Maybe. Aizen and Sasuke were right next to each other? They were, weren't they? Oh my gosh. So those are last year, sorry. But something that's happened since last week is a couple of things. One is that if you scroll down on this, thank you, Dave, by the way, for adding this, you can check out the chart compiling my rankings and the changes across the years. So if you just want to see 1 year what the ranking was, you can do so. This is the ranking for last year, for example. This is the ranking for 2022. I think Fate Zero, Haikyuu, and Hunter x Hunter are the most unmoving series out of the first 4 years or whatever. But if you want to compare from one year to the other, you can do so. The evolution. Boom. If you want to compare, like, 3 years. Boom, look at the big jump for Final Fantasy XIV. Like, it's... And I gotta say thank you very much to Handy in the community for putting this together. It's incredibly... It's crazy. And so, yeah, you guys can... I'm pretty sure you guys can view this as well. You guys can screw around with it. It's even just sectioned off by medium. So if you just want to see anime and manga, look at Cyberpunk. Oh my, crazy. Oh, crazy. So anyway, there's this as well. So thank you, Handy. I don't think they're in chat right now, but it's incredible. There's a lot to it. And you can just do antagonist, fiction, arcs. There's arcs too. Oh, I didn't even realize there was arcs. So yeah, it's unbelievable. Hello, Stoof. Hello, Kai, not Mishka. So if you want to see this, just go to the top 100 command. Yep. Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross are connected, Bunger. Although, in a weird way, it's a weird connection. It's a weird one. Oh, there you are. You can click on a bunch of stuff to fade the bubbles. Yeah, so like... Oh, wait. To fade. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just did something else that I didn't even realize was there. I don't know exactly... Oh, and then I can do this. I can do individual character... My gosh. Have we seen the Antag honorable mentions? No, I'm just doing this little housekeeping and stuff. I'll show it in a second. There are a couple of stats in the top right. Whoa. This is crazy. Biggest rise in fiction was Cyberpunk Universe, Ichigo Kurosaki for Protagonists, Xenos for Antagonists. The highest average rank is Hunter x Hunter with an average rank of 1. Damn. That's crazy. The average highest protagonist is Hinata Shoya with an average rank of 1. Griffith Antagonist with an average rank of 2.3, and Chimera Antarch for arcs. Good morning, Rose. Hello, Tiago. I do like Hunter x Hunter. So this is crazy. Biggest rises, Luffy. Damn, it's crazy to think of a time when Luffy wasn't in like the top 20. But he was. So there's that. And then lastly, hello, Osen. The last business before I show you guys my honorable mentions, which, get ready for these honorable mentions, but is this, which some of you guys might have seen this on Twitter, but this is a beautiful, beautiful illustration of me and my top 10 protagonists. It's so beautiful. And this is illustrated by D Juson from our community, who I think she said she's gonna be able to join stream later. He's gonna be here from the start, but nonetheless, I wanted to shout this out because this is absolutely beautiful. Me looking, and D also said that the illustration was gonna capture my UK fit, because she said that I carry my heart and soul characters with me across the world. And I thought that was such a beautiful thing to say. But yeah, I wore this in the UK. I shared a picture of myself in the UK. So there's Hinata, who is number 1, Kiryu, who is 2, Gon, who is 3, Eren, who is 4, Yakumo 5, Guts 6, Flint 7, Ichiban 8, Battler 9, Walter 10. Boom. Isn't that beautiful? So I wanted to share that. Thank you. Welcome in Dom, Ray, Lightning Hunter, Soul Samurai, and Piss Arbiter. Welcome in. And Petupon. And Red One, hello. You read a stretch of manga that has given you a possible new top 1 Antag. What's the series, Red One? I've heard people tell me that there will be a big change potentially in Tokyo Ghoul Re. Baki? Oh. Oh, boy. See, I don't doubt that the writing in Baki is... Good God. Hello, Hamdaj. Hello, Nino. Baki is fated. It seems like it. It seems like it. But yes, I just wanted to share this because it's so beautiful. Is the art a turn-off in Baki for you? I don't like the art. It's probably the least attractive art I've probably ever seen, personally. Not to say it's bad, it's just... It's the opposite of my tastes. Praise band. Given what it's supposed to be, given it's what Baki is, I think it's illustrated very well. It just isn't to my taste, you know? I will refrain from speaking. Why? Don't refrain from speaking. We're free speech in here. What are you gonna say? Baki is super anti-AJ aesthetically. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, I think it's inevitable that I read the first chapter of Baki on stream. It's most unattractive. Yeah, to my tastes, but everyone has that. I've read Baki. No, what I'm saying is I think it's inevitable for me to read the first chapter of it on stream. Either way, Red One, I think it's beautiful that... Because what I've heard about Baki is that it has incredible character writing. And, like, thematics and stuff. So, I've heard from Fiji, I've heard from Mel, I've heard from lots of people who say it's incredible. Please do it on stream. No, I'm gonna read the first chapter on stream. Probably. If I ever read it, it'll be on stream. But I still gotta make it, like, a donation goal or something. Yeah, I just really dislike how Baki looks, but that doesn't mean it's bad. I think it's well illustrated. It's just not for me. But, you know, taste can change. Taste can change. Enjoy, Evan. Enjoy. Reading it on stream low-key guarantees it'll gain praise. Oh, it does. It does. Without a doubt, if I'm reading something on stream, I will... find like any positives I see, which like these are all works written by incredibly skilled writers and illustrators. I'm gonna tell you guys what's good. What other art styles I don't really like? I used to, like, before I started reading it, I didn't really like Kingdom's art style that much, but I've started reading it and now I've warmed up to it. Baki's a certified 10 out of 10? God damn. Oh, I didn't realize there were even parts. Cool. Yeah, Mel, yeah. Off the top of my head, it's hard to say. I don't know. Oh, I had to warm up to One Piece a little bit, but it's not like I disliked it, or like it turned me off or anything. It was just very different for me, and I had to like get acclimatized to it. But I did have to warm up to One Piece a little bit. I liked it, but I also warmed up to it. And so just like last week, I will read out just a short handful of first few Bleach chapters? No, I thought Bleach looked great from the start. Hoseki no Kuni, love how it looks. So let me read out just a couple of predictions. Because I did this last week too. Slight Aizen and Yuha rise, Big Emu rise, Sota makes it to honorable mention, Makishima big drop, Sukuna slight rise. Interesting. Luis from Metaphor top 20. Micah Bell top 20. Highest new entry for Antagonist will be either Stringer Bell from The Wire or Dutch Vanderlyn from Red Dead 2. Both will be at least tier 2. Other high entries will be Renoir from Claire Obscure Expedition 33, at least Tier 3. Funny Valentine and Diego Brando from Steel Ball Run will be at least Tier 3, with Funny Valentine slightly ahead. Micah Bell will be Tier 4 or 5. Agent Milton will be honorable mentions. What is with the Deltarune? Deltarune's going mad. We're not seeing Dutch today, you think? Cyril Karn from Andor will be between top 60 to 80. Marlo from The Wire will be on the list. Luis from Metaphor will be at least Tier 7. Reize from Chainsaw Man will be on the list. Akimura Soga and Kyoto Sazanami will be on the main list from Kagurabachi. Sukuna from JJK will rise at least 5 spots. Imu and Blackbeard from One Piece and Isho Arakawa from Akane Banashi will all have huge rises. I'll do one more prediction. Emmett Selk top 1. That's from Andres. I hope so, Andres. I hope so. Emmett Selk? I don't know. Those are close to your own personal? Good morning, Dave. Hello, Ryuko. I hope you enjoyed it. So just a reminder that there is a new tier which is Just Missed Out. There's a Just Missed Out tier. Okay. It's a good thing I tabbed out because I was about to spoil the whole list for you guys again. Let me just say, I'm really, really excited to share this one with you guys. There have been an unbelievable amount of new entries and changes and rises and falls, and it's just, this is the most exciting list in terms of pure changes. Do a coward? I will. Is this even on shuffle? It's not, it can't be on shuffle, there's no way. Well, we'll play Deltarune for now. Hello, Sun. And hello, Elbe. Thank you. Thank you very much. I made my peace with the -10 that will hit Sasuke on Wednesday. Damn! I'm praying for Beatrice to remain top 5. Antagonist list is the most volatile. There's the most characters. There's the most new entries every year. Oh no, Dave. Oh no. Does Deltarune have any notable antags that could make it? Kinda? Kinda? 2027's the year for it. Down with Sasuke. Yeah, one day Hannah will get to Shippuden. Okay. One redeem before I start. Top 5 best looking manga. Berserk, Haikyuu, Hunter x Hunter, Bleach. Innocent? Oh, Vagabond. Okay, let's do it. Let's rip off the Band-Aid. Here we go. I think we're all set. Oh, shit. Okay. We're all set. Here we go. Why am I nervous? Okay, get ready for a wall of text for the honorable mentions. So, some notable additions. Higgs, Death Stranding. Krennic from Andor and Rogue One. Krauser, Resident Evil 4. Zorba from Metaphor. Lockjaw, One Battle After Another. Some Final Fantasy Tactics. Tokinata Suna Yashido from Bleach. Some Alan Wake stuff in there. Summers from One Piece. Piccolo, Dragon Ball. Some Alan Wake. And W.D. Gaster from Undertale and Deltarune. Anton Shiger. Oh, is Donzo there twice? Beautiful. I can make this list a little smaller. Where's Donzo? Where? Oh, yeah, he is there twice. Beautiful. It can be a little shorter. There we go. So this is, not even half, by the way, of the honorable mentions. Eto's there, Tokyo Ghoul, yup. Cleet? Cleet is never an Antag in my heart. Akaza from Demon Slayer, yup. Jimmy from Mouthwashing? Arguably the best character in Mouthwashing. Really morally interesting, really layered and pretty complex. Really interpretive. I really enjoy Jimmy. Really? You've seen Donzo in fanfiction? Oh, Donzo's great. Honestly, Donzo could be in the... Donzo, I've grappled with being in the list. I'll talk about that in a sec, actually. Zorba in Metaphor, yup. Wasn't N on the list last year? He was, yup. Do I consider Kojiro an Antag? Kojiro from Vagabond? How many Claire obscure characters count for the list? I can think of 4 notable antagonists at the moment. I think. Surprised Akaza made it. He's my favorite character in Demon Slayer. I think he's great, and I think I think he was great in the movie. I think he's elevated by Akira Ishida. Soon it'll be time to kick out Lalo for good. It's been very interesting coming to terms with the fact that I just don't think Lalo's masterful over the years. You guys have seen me have a journey with Lalo. Ryu from JJK, yup. I'm full, man. Wesker is there. Solidus Snake is there. Kojiro from Vagabond. I do not consider Kojiro to be an antagonist. I do not. I assume we're allowed to discuss spoilers for the franchises. Yeah, so there are more potential spoilers attached to Antagonist stuff than Protagonist. Just don't like be crazy with it. Don't say, "Oh, this guy's death where he was betrayed by his sister was fucking awesome." You know, like just be mindful about that. But you can speak generally about characters. Clea has tons of hidden depth. Clea is a FromSoft character to me. Is built like a FromSoft character. There are some big boys, yup, and if you just let me scroll up, here are some more. Like, I'm telling you guys, I have a problem. I have a problem. Most of these are you've seen before, though. The big surprises, I think, or the new additions are below. Ilbird's great. A lot of these are, I think, characters that were there last year. Shibusawa, oh my god, I can't wait to get more Shibusawa Peak in my Yakuza 0 re-experience. Say one nice thing about Male Strongheart. I think Strongheart and his theme, like specifically his character theme, the music, is so beautifully representative of the oppressive hold of the empire, of the system, of the status quo. It's incredibly regal and beautiful in a way, and strong, the presence and aesthetic and feel of the character and his themes, but at the same time is stifling and oppressive. And you get that from the very beginning. I think, like, from the very beginning, everyone who plays the Great Ace Attorney is like, this guy kind of evil. I think he could be. Like everyone thinks it. Like, there's a chance of this. And they just follow through with that really well. I think he's just, top to bottom, a really strong, solid antagonist. There's so many names. You'll be able to control find later. Like when I release the list. Sorry, there's a lot. Is Spamton here? I don't see him. Would you count Royenthal from Legend of the Galactic Heroes as an antagonist? Probably. Yeah, probably. Say one nice thing about Argath from Final Fantasy Tactics. I think he is the most interesting psychology in all of Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't think he's the best character. I think he's like top 3 or 4. But his specific societal trappings are so fascinating to me. And I love his relationship with the status quo and the aristocracy. Henrik from Hunter x Hunter as an antag? Not for me. Thank you, Ponchul, for the 21 months with Prime. Thank you very much. Top 5 loneliest characters. Gojo, Satoru Gojo, Eren Yeager, Song So Mi from Cyberpunk, Sephiroth, Final Fantasy VII in general, Kefka. Did I stop putting FromSoft? Like at least 2 years ago, I stopped putting any FromSoft outside of Sekiro. AG? Let me double check. Yeah, AG is on the honorable mentions. He is. He was on the last page that I showed. Hello, Beata. Who is the highest person on the list last year that is now an honorable mention? I don't know, actually. Oh, actually, I do know that. Maria from Silent Hill 2. Maria from Silent Hill 2. I know, Mesmer's amazing. What about Lucifer from Supernatural? Good character? Not on my list. What are your thoughts on The Boys Season 4 and 5 so far? Bad. I think The Boys is bad. Homelander is my one little beacon of joy. But outside of that, I think The Boys is really, really bad. I'm here for one Micah Bell. Please and thank you. We'll see. There is a Kuze in honorable mentions. Women lost this year. There could be some women wins. Akane Bonashi has had an up year. That's a win for women. Thank you, Ophi, for the 45-month resub. I love how Kimiko talks. I love Reddit and TikTok. Oh my fuck. Oh. Ophi, don't even get me started. Oh my god. I can't even talk. I can't talk about it. Don't get me started. Adima's not an honorable mention. Does that mean? Sota's not an honorable mention? Is he not? I hope you love FF6, Gasanov. Soldier Boy's the best character? I disagree. I like Soldier Boy because I like Jensen Ackles because I like Supernatural, but I don't think Soldier Boy is an interesting character. I think he's one of the probably better ones because his dynamic with Homelander has some juice to it. He's probably like top 5, 4 or 5, but I don't think he has a ton going for him outside of like that dynamic with Homelander is interesting. Did I consider Kenichi Joji from Digimon 2? No, because he's not an antagonist for me. He is and then becomes a protagonist. Crocodile was in the honorable mention. Was Crocodile in the honorable mentions last year? I think he was, but the best thing to do for questions about last year, JCap, is to just check yourself, because you can check last year's yourself. You can control find. With so many names, I can probably answer accurately, but I could be wrong. But you can have the list in front of you if you're interested. I know, I can't stand what they did with Kimiko. Oh. Sorry, and then some redeems. Say one nice thing about Orochimaru. One of my favorite examples of a fictional character showing the duality of scientific innovation and discovery, along with the likes of Hojo, of Mayuri, of Victor Arcane. He's one of my favorite examples of it, and I love his dynamic with Hiruzen. Honestly, you know what? Orochimaru could have easily made it onto the list. You know what? Let me put him on the list. let me put him on, because the first tier is a bit of a mess. And Kabuto as well. Elijah and Hannah win. Let me put him on. Because this list is a bit messed up. Here, I can put him, like, here. Let's put him here. Orochimaru, Naruto. Up from honorable mentions. And then Orochimaru. Get rid of him from honorable mentions. Boom. Boom. Sorry, just juggling around here. And boom. Here we go. Orochimaru from Naruto. He's on the main list. Because I think he... But the thing is, there are a couple of characters throughout honorable mentions that could be on the main list too. So don't take the first tier too seriously. Okay? Don't take it too seriously. Okay. But having said that, let's do it. Oh wait, sorry. Say one nice thing about the Crones of Crookback Bog. They are solely responsible for one of the biggest moments of dread and shock I've ever experienced in a video game, and they are a huge reason that The Witcher 3's setting works and The Witcher 3's plot and story works. They're a fantastic representation of Velen, the main themes, and just the vibes of The Witcher 3. Thank you, Ziggurats, for the streak. And say one nice thing about the boys without mentioning Homelander. I like... Jensen Ackles acting. Jensen Ackles acting. Are you a big fan of The Deep? The Deep used to be better. Oh, no, I have a positive. A-Train's good. A-Train's a good character. He had a good character conclusion. Yes, that was good. A-Train's good. Who's my villain for Haikyuu? I guess you'll have to see. I'll get you next time. I got it. And then in terms of, in honor of WrestleMania weekend having passed, if you have any top 5 things, people, anything about pro wrestling. I think I've got nothing, Goose. I'm not a wrestling guy. Sorry about that, Goose. Maybe a mod could refund that? Because I don't know anything about wrestling. I tried to get into it when I was younger. It wasn't really my thing. Thanks, Sarah. Huey's pretty great. I'm glad you like him, Moonless. He doesn't work for me, really. There's... Kimiko was one of the few characters I really liked from The Boys. She had an amazing last scene in Season 4, and they, completely ruined that for me. Anyway, this is a celebration stream. I can't keep being a hater. Thank you, Mike, for the 15-month resub. I can't wait for everyone to find out the #1 antagonist was AJ all along. I can never criticize The Boys for being overbearing or too absurd with its politics because they always end up being right. Yeah, I wouldn't criticize the Boys for being too absurd. I'd criticize it for not being a good story. Yeah, it's not too absurd. It's not too absurd. That's fine. Absurdity's fine. Yeah, always, yeah, not always right, but like I get the sentiment. I think they mean accurate, Finn. Like accurate about the state of the world and how insanely comical it is. Anyways, here we go. I need to refresh my shuffle. But here we go. Ready? These are the first few. So, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is Sota a better character than... Oh, sorry, Quintus should not be here. Is Sota a better character than the deserter from Disco Elysium, or Franz Bonaparte from Monster, or Gentle Criminal from, you know, or Shadow Lord from Nier Replicant? Not necessarily, but Sota has invaded my dreams since my final Tokyo Ghoul stream. They have wormed their way in and around the manga. They've wielded the medium to their will. They have haunted me, and for that, I had no other choice but to put them at the bottom of this list, included on this list, haunting me. Tenna's there from Deltarune. Loved getting to know Tenna throughout Deltarune Chapter 3. Really great character. Andrew Milton from Red Dead 2. Fantastic allegorical character. I made a video about Red Dead 2. You can check out my analysis on him if you're interested. I love getting to know Andrew Milton throughout my playthrough. Orochimaru I just put there. Soya Sazanami, one of the most interesting psychologies in Kagurabachi. Beyond Netsudo's gone up from honorable mentions. And then Christoph Gavin. Loved him throughout Ace Attorney 4. Oh, and here's another thing. You know how I said like a 10 spot drop in Protagonist is basically not a negative? Ditto for this, but like 20. Like a 20 spot drop is kind of the norm. You won, Hannah. You and Elijah won. Also, hello, Struggler. I think I missed you coming in. Let me know if a panel's more efficient than the Sota one for a character. Probably not. Yeah, Christoph Gavin's still there. And then if we scroll up, this is the rest of Just Missed Out tier. So there's some, there's some minus 60, minus 50. As I rejuggled some things, Spamton has moved onto the list. Baz B, I remembered it was an antagonist. And Baz B's an awesome character. I had to include him. Seto Kaiba. Cypher Almasi, I remembered, is a character. And he's a fantastic character. Thank you, Hannah. Ideas Glodell is one of the most underrated, video game characters ever. Glodell, you guys who were in the Metaphor streams, man. Getting to know Glodell's psychology and how nuanced and layered his antagonism is was so cool. Arima's there. Arima is there through pure implication and feel, and just, again, worming his way into my mind. Glodell's so good, Soul Samurai. A certain character here that by next year might go up 120 to 150 spots. Well, it sure as hell isn't like Baz B. So I'm thinking you mean Arima. Sojo, maybe? Is it not? You never know. Baz B's amazing. Geppetto, Liza P, awesome character. Forden? Forden from what? Spamton top 20 next year? I'd love it. I'd love that. The Arima chapter is incredible. My mission is to get Clea higher next year? What are you gonna do? Clea is an incredible character. I think she's amazing. I love her. But I honestly think the well is kind of dry with Clea for me. I've thought about her for the last year, like, all over the place. Not to say she can't go up. I think she absolutely could. She could justifiably be ahead, like, 5 spots higher. Again, this is very loose, so don't take this tier too seriously. Godot from Metaphor, really cool character whose arc went in a way I didn't necessarily expect. Really cool example of institutionalized religion and how that connects with the, I guess, order of things, but how that can also be transcended. He's a very hopeful character to me. Hello, Johnny. I'm surprised Nye's on this list. You know what I low-key was just thinking, but I was low-key thinking, after Stargaze, I don't know that he's on this list anymore. I think that might have been an oversight. She's really fun to theorize, yeah. Yeah, but I was thinking of not changing it simply because it's a pain to do it right now. But you know, I gotta be honest. You're right, Dave. You're right. I was thinking that, and I didn't want to mention it, but you're right. Stargaze, what did you do, Stargaze? What a weird series. What a fucked up day. I know. And let me just fix it on my other screen here. Oh, it's sad. Nye and Vash were so great. And they're still good. Like, they're on my honorable mentions, but you know. That's fair, Hannah. It's impacted me overall. I can't pull a Chainsaw Man Part 2 with Stargaze for some reason. I know, it's crazy, Elijah. So here's the thing. You guys want to know which characters stocks here I think could rise to the moon? Arima, Sota. I would be shocked if Sota doesn't go up like 80 spots or something. Just the vibes. Spamton would be really cool to go up. I think Clea could be a riser, but not necessarily, not a big riser. Like, because I think the well's dry, like I said. I think I've reflected on her and learned everything about her that I could. Dynamics, lore, psychology, really fascinating. I think she's amazing. And she could age really well, but I don't think that she's going to get like a 50 jump or something. Beyond, yeah. Littlefinger, if we get the Winds of Winter, maybe. Yeah, Sota made it. That's fair, Ziggurats. I could have just stopped at Stampede. Anyway, that's it. Put Mr. Scratch in his spot. Honestly, I could easily put the DLC Antags too. I'm sorry about that, Zalmanza. Welcome in. Take a load off. Indulge in peak Antagonists with me. Because the first on this list... Kaisei Arakawa Akane Banashi. Who, to me, this year, has really made big strides in terms, specifically with his dynamic with Isho and his rivalry with Akane. Fascinating characterization, really great dynamics all over the place, but also just incredibly presented. He has some of the best spreads in all of the story. The way he's embodied through his stories, all this fantastic stuff. I love Kaisei. He's maybe my 3rd or 4th favorite character in Akane Banashi. Now, just a reminder, especially for antagonists, for characters who I've talked about at least for 2 years running, I really won't have much to say about them because I don't want to repeat myself, just like with protagonists. Unless you guys have questions or unless you guys have something to discuss about them, I just won't belabor the point. I won't stay on a character that's been here 4 or 5 years in a row. But Kaisei, I think, only got added last year, I believe. And he has a really cool start in the story. And just gets, just like Akane Banashi, exponentially better. Exponentially better. I love Kaisei. What made Kuina drop so much for you? Oh, Kuina is interesting because it was kind of coming to terms with the fact that I'm not emotionally connected to Judgment as a series. That's basically the TLDR of it. I think he's fantastically acted, written. I think he's the best character in Lost Judgment. I think he's perfect for the game, and I think Lost Judgment's a great game. Fantastic game. One of the better RGG games I've ever played, but I'm not emotionally connected to it. I don't feel as much for these characters as I do for, like, the Yakuza characters. And so because of it not being able to establish that emotional connection for me, he just dropped in comparison to a lot of these characters. You agree? Yeah. Judgment, it's so funny. The most I feel in Judgment, and this is fine. Not every game has to make me cry or stuff. Or make me emotionally devastated. Although Lost Judgment did do that 1 or 2 times. But the most emotion I get out of Judgment is reflecting on the experience through, like, opening songs or credit songs. Kaito Files is more overtly emotional, yeah. You think he falls flat? I don't think he falls flat, but I just... I'm more emotionally connected to characters above him. Yes, the scene with him and Reiko, also hello Downpour, is really, really good. So not to say it never gets there. There's also a really shocking moment that is just devastating. But by and large, I think of Lost Judgment and I'm like, amazing experience, great gameplay, fascinating characters, great thematic, ideological duels. But I don't feel for these characters like my heart bleeds for, you know, someone like Yamai, even. Yeah, same for me, Sarah. And that's fine. That's fine. Judgment's still great. Number 152. Guys, just get ready for new additions on this list, but this isn't one. To me, one of the best FromSoft characters ever. Fantastically voiced in English and Japanese. Great dynamic with the wolf. Just a really layered, dense, subtextual psychology. Genichiro Ashina. I'm really excited to see what they do with him in the anime. Is someone rising from it means at least a 20 rise? It depends, Samdaj, it depends. So I guess, like, it's hard to quantify rises from honorable mentions. It kind of depends. Especially with this really loose just missed out tier. I know, Clay is the most efficient character by far in Expedition 33. Clay is fantastic. And I love how, like I said, she's designed like a FromSoft character. What you get from her is communicated through environmental storytelling and enemy design and little word-of-mouth things that you hear from other characters. And she's hardly on screen, but when she is, ooh. Best antagonist Sekiro? True. Top 5 Sekiro boss fights? Both Genichiro, Ishin, the Owl, and probably the I forget exactly what it's called, but like the demon, the like monster thing in one of the alternate endings. Demon of Hatred. Demon of Hatred, yeah. I don't know why, I really like that one. There are some FromSoft bosses that I really, really love, and some people just don't as much. And I like that because I can be a little hipster, because I'm very normie in a lot of ways. I don't know how people feel about the Demon of Hatred, but for example, the Godskin duo. I can't help it, man. I love the Godskin duo, and people hate that boss. Do I consider the sculpture an antagonist? No. Yeah, I love how much I love how much you were into her, Andres. What's up, Simba? What's up, Simba? Enjoy. I'm happy you like it. I love the Godskin duo. I think it's such a fun tactical fight. Genichido's desperation? Yes, and like the only method through which he thinks he can save his kingdom is something that literally kills him. Like, it's so good. Oh, is literally killing him. Like, it's his downfall. It's so good. Genichido. It made you angry? That's fair. That's fair. FromSoft bosses make me angry. Alright, guys, we have the first addition to this list. New addition to the proper list. The first new addition to the proper list. Any guesses? Any guesses for the first new addition to the list, proper? Arlecchino? That's a cool guess. I like that. No idea. Yuta, Luis, Spade Tucker. What have I experienced since last year? A lot of new Deltarune, Expedition 33, The Wire, Andor. What's up, Lux? Kagurabachi. Hiduhiko has not been said. Kevin O'Leary's character from Marty Spring. He's Kino. He's actually pretty Kino, but he's not on the list. Ringo. JoJo's Part 7. Maybe Steel Ball Run. I didn't expect anyone to get this because we're just starting. We're at 151. Bert Cooper from Mad Men. That's not new. And I don't think of him as an antagonist, but I do love how freaking immoral he is. Red Dead 2. Yup. Maybe a One Piece one? Summers was in honorable mentions. He was. The Knight and Des. I have not put the Knight or Des on this list because I'm kind of just waiting. I'm just waiting. Okay, number 151. Cleat. I like the way you guys think. Reize, Chainsaw Man. This is solely movie tax. The presentation, the voice, the direction, the viscerality of the movie for Chainsaw Man. My God, I felt things for Reize I have never felt before. Changed lives. You don't consider it an antag? That's fair. Reize is very nebulous. You thought she'd be higher? Being on the list is... I mean, there's so many characters. But her being here at all is a huge, huge compliment, because she wasn't on any list prior. The pool scene, the final scene, the voice acting for Reize, man. Oh, I want to watch this with Hannah. I've been wanting to watch this with Hannah since I saw it on my own in October. Since I walked to the theater 3 times to see it. It's so good. It's such a good movie, man. I love it. Also, hello, Mel. I love tragic antags who will never be happy. The spider in the web, the rain scene, the city mouse and country mouse. I know, I love that too, Elijah. I love that too. There's so many great little details. Was there anyone from 100 Miles? I don't believe there was. The songs for the Chainsaw Man movie, yes! Jane Doe and In the Pool and, what's it called? There's a song when they're going through the festival. I forget what that's called. But that one actually gets me more emo than In the Pool. Iris Out is so good. Oh. Iris Out. Oh my gosh. I forget what it's called. Let me see what it's called. That song. Hold on. Slow Summer Eve. Slow Summer Eve. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Slow Summer Eve. Hello, D-Guy. Welcome in just in time. Now we're on the proper top 150. Enoch Drebber theme, was he in the honorable mentions? He was. Enoch Drebber, again, that's another one that Hannah helped with. Just seeing this weird little guy doing his little robot stuff, being all over the top, but also consumed by loss and anger and tragedy. Great character. Number 150. Hello, Raph. Yeah, Drebber is one of the characters in The Great Ace Attorney whose character is best defined by his musical theme. Oh, not this song. Do I consider, sorry, what was that? Oh, Zensho from Akane Banashi to be an antagonist. Yeah. Yeah, I do. The Great Ace Attorney 2-3 is maybe the best case. Number 150. Another new addition. Have any Bocce antagonists been on the list? I think you're looking at one? Oh, no, you're not. He's just below. Sojo. Sojo was 174. Just missed out. And Soya as well. Soya is here. Soya Sazanami and Sojo. But number 150 is another new addition. Yuta from Kagurabachi. This is generational. Lives are changed in this moment. Beyond Netsudo, the Great Ace Attorney have some of the best, like, minor characters. Courtney Scythe, or secondaries to tertiary cast. Some of they're just supporting characters throughout the cases. We'll see, Pepino. Also, hello, Pepino. Thank you, Cal, for the 50. The big 5-0 at tier 3. Thank you so much, Cal. I hope you're doing really well. Thank you for popping in and for the resub and the tier 3, which I say every time, but it never stops being true, is so, so appreciated. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much, Cal. Yuta from Kagurabachi. Man, I had a journey with this guy, and it kind of ended at a point wherein I think if the story went a different direction, he could be higher, but it's kind of metatextually beautiful that I think he has a bit more of a ceiling on him than maybe some other antagonistic characters in Kagurabachi, due to the nature of him being a bit of an audience insert, a bit of an everyman, a bit of a ghost, and kind of like a vehicle to show the byproducts of this, like, cyclical era of oppression and violence and conditioning. I've been seeing you putting in the work, Cal, by the way, of your fitness and stuff. Keep at it. It's genuinely, I see it and I'm like, man, I gotta go to the gym more. I've been working hard lately, but you're working harder, so keep up with it. My goated NPC, Yuta's been such a joy to discover this past year. Love him. Yeah, his role as a ghost is incredible. Do you think I'd rank Yuta higher if this... No, because even though Yuta, like, I guess went lower in terms of the Kagurabachi character ranking, I don't think he got worse as a character. I think he was going like this, and then he just went like this, like a slower rise, you know what I mean? He went from an antagonist who I was invested in from an enigmatic point of view to a character who I'm invested in seeing saved, which is not usually my flavor of antagonist. Kind of Naruto-esque. But I agree. Your father... Yuta's so good. Oh my gosh. 149. Asa-esque? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I see what you mean. 149 is a character who's been on every single list, who I every year tell you he's underrated, and who makes me so desperately emotional. And I always say the same thing every year, and I'm going to say it again this year. Now he's in the honorable mentions. Bertolt Hoover from Attack on Titan is one of the most tragic, emotional characters in the whole story, and that one shot of him transforming with Reiner in Season 2, Episode 7, in the reveal, haunts my nightmares all the time. I feel so much for this boy. Did Stringer Bell make honorable mention? No, I've not said Stringer yet. At all. Maybe he will come, maybe not. I don't know. I love him so much. And then yes, this music's crazy. Talking about friggin' Bertolt's tragedy. But when he, oh my god, okay, hold on. This is Shuffle, you're in timeout for this. The moment in Return to Shiganshina where the whole conflict is about who's being saved, Armin or Erwin. There are points for each. Neither is a bad decision, but no matter what, you're leaving someone to die. Who's more beneficial for the Scouts? Who sees more hope in the world? Who's better for the future? Who does Levi think is the better answer? This and this and this and this. Hey, RC. Hey, Nero. Welcome in. And then you almost forget that the heart of this is we are discussing and debating who is going to kill this poor child who has done horrific, evil things nonetheless, but was also forced into it, is incredibly sympathetic, is a child soldier, and to me, one of the saddest characters out there. And then the moment where you see, oh, he chose Armin, it's like, whoa, Armin's surviving, Erwin's dying. But then he's almost an afterthought. As he wakes up when Armin's about to eat him, and he looks at Eren and Mikasa and everyone, and he smiles, because his instinct is, they're my friends, they're gonna save me. And then he realizes what's actually happening to him. And then he screams for Annie, and he screams for Reiner, and then, oh my god, it gets me so sad. It's horrible. It gets me so emotional. I initially had Bertolt in Just Missed Out, and then I thought about this stuff, and I went, no. This guy's in the list. I can't not put him in this list. Did I miss any bets? No. Not at all, Mari. Birth control. Yeah, Bertolt makes me so sad. And I still think he's incredibly underrated. I think he's so good. Bertolt and Marco, yep. Thank you for the streak, by the way, Pepino. I hate when people forgive Annie and Reiner but hate on Bertolt like he's not also a victim. That's interesting. I haven't seen much of that. I've seen lots of people hate on Annie. And I've seen lots of people go, it's a plot hole that Levi didn't forgive Annie. Or sorry, that Levi forgave Annie. Levi should be beefing with these child soldiers. Crazy. Anything from Dragon Ball? Piccolo is in honorable mentions. Guys, there are lots of new entries in this list. What can I say? Yeah, I straight up fundamentally disagree with you. Like, with you on the basis and core of what Levi is as a person, if you think that he would have held it against these children. Which Piccolo? Junior. Yeah, struggler. Top 5 characters you thought were Vegeta? Freeze Man? Krillin? Like random the Wolfman? Ichiban? Jimmy, my goat. Yamcha? I think actually thought Yamcha might have been Piccolo. Chi-Chi? Oh god, Chi-Chi. Number 148. I know, Freezeman was so confident in himself. I couldn't believe it. Any Steel Ball Run lads? No. There have been no Steel Ball Run characters listed as of yet. 148, another new addition. Guys, Liza P. Overture is one of the best... You know what? I brought up my backlogged just so I could share this. Because Liza P. Overture, straight up, this is my list of best DLCs and expansions. Incredible. One of the best DLCs I've ever played. And Arlecchino, how it intersects with his role in the main game, to his characterization in Overture, and his role, and his sheer villainy. Oh my god, Arlecchino is so good. Arlecchino. Oh, the incredible voice. Incredible subtextual and indirect communication of elements of the dark elements of the setting. Thematics, just pure sheer weight and presence on camera. Yeah, it's one of the best Souls-like fights. Lux is totally right. It's one of my favorite fights of the last few years. I was ascending. Oh my god, I was ascending. Sorry, Nero. Guys, play Liza P. Low-key better than half of FromSoft's catalog, IMO. And then play Overture, low-key better than most FromSoft DLCs. The point is not to shove that the point is not to, sorry, I don't mean to, like, build something up by pushing FromSoft down. What I mean to say by that is, if you love FromSoft stuff and methods of storytelling, and you haven't checked out Liza P, please check it out. It's so good. It's so good. And Overture really elevated for me. Sorry about just, like, shoving some FromSoft stuff down. I didn't mean to do that. But, you know, that you understand why I said it like that. I haven't played many Souls-likes outside of Liza P and FromSoft, Johnny, but it does get it right. Really, Downpour? I thought it was quite hard, but I think I missed something. I think I missed something. I remember fighting it and being like, there's so much on my screen right now, what do I do? Have I played every FromSoft game? I think so. Another new addition. Guys, there's so many. The Paintress from Claire Obscure Expedition 33. A lot of this, to me, comes from the little details. There's a little gesture she does in the fight. First of all, the fight with the Paintress is out of this world. But the little thing she does at the end of it, where she heals some of the party, and what that means for her character, your expectations of what she does, of what she's doing, and how that's completely recontextualized multiple times throughout the game in a very Attack on Titan-esque way. A lot of the things associated with her and her grief, and how efficient and profound she is, and a lot of the really flawed dynamics throughout the game with Mael, with Verso, with Renoir. Oh, there's a moment with her and Renoir where they reach out for each other that is so profoundly emotional to me. I haven't played Armor Core. I'm not super interested in it. She's your favorite, Mel? Oh. Can't wait to see where Clea is. Clea has been listed and just missed out. True Lux. And there's a section in Overture. Sorry, this is just tagging on to what you say, not what you said, but just Overture in general. There's a section of Overture where you walk through a mansion, and it is just one of the most devastating, haunting things in the world. Clay is your favorite, but she's number 2? We love women. Yeah, the Paintress to me, without her being as good as she is, I think a lot of Expedition 33 falls flat. So it's a good thing she was really good. And it's actually interesting how little on-screen presence she has. She's more of a looming thing, which I really enjoy. What I like about Expedition 33's antagonists specifically is all of them are different from one another. They're all so distinctly different. Clea is different from everyone else in every way, but the Paintress's execution is totally different from the likes of Renoir. And Renoir's are totally different from the likes of the other Renoir. You know, like they're all so different, but they all contribute really significantly. Painted Renoir and Renoir to both be antagonists? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's fair, Raph. Sometimes you just don't know. Number 146 is an old favorite, Takumi Somea, who's I guess gone down. But maybe that could change when I experience Yakuza 6 again. And to me, he is the core of what Yakuza 6 has to say about cycles and generations of Yakuza, what it means, the core of what a Yakuza is, and what the use of a tattoo with him is so ingenious to me. The man with the great themes, the lack of the tattoo and how that informs you about the new generation and his ideas of that, incredible. Probably, D-Guy. I've really liked re-experiencing Expedition 33 through people's playthroughs. How's Clea an antagonist? Well, I think she's the most overtly nasty person in the setting. I think she's incredibly cruel to a lot of characters, and I think she directly opposes a lot of what Mael tries to do. If not directly, although it is directly in some ways, then thematically. I'm a woman lover too. That's part of why they're on this. Yeah, because of the way that Expedition 33 plays around with perspective, specifically with the Paintress, I can understand. I definitely understand not having the Paintress as an antagonist. But to me, what pushes it for me is like the sort of video game-ness of it, being a really grand fight through which she is someone opposing you. She is an obstacle, even though she does help in some ways, and her motives are not nearly what they seem at the start. It's vague for sure, it's nebulous for sure, but for me, she is just about it. I don't really see that at all, her opposing Mael, but this isn't a place to argue about this. No, it's not. Yeah, it's interesting, because that's a take that is so, like, I guess left field to me that I don't really know. I've not heard it before. Like, I think she's very clearly antagonistic to Mael. But I don't know, feel free to let me know, Andres, if you want to. What's up, Jovile? 145. Mine too, Simba. Yeah, I can see, because to me, Verso is a villain, but he's not an antagonist because he is one of the key point of view characters whose story is whose story we see through his eyes, even though we're very detached from him, and a lot of things don't come up until a lot of things aren't clear about his motives until near the very end. So because of that, I can't put him as an antagonist. But to me, it's very justifiable, and I might agree, to think of him as a villain. Because I think what things that Verso does are horrific. Someone said that as well, right? A true epic. Honestly, Expedition 33, no one's a protag, no one's an antag. It's just a mess. Oh, I adore how Clea imprisons her painted self. And I adore what that says about Aline, too. The paintress, too. Like, so much of Clea's core... Oh my god, are you guys gonna make me raise Clea? Here, you know what? Neutra can go down. Clea can go up 1 spot. No, 2 spots. I'll fix the numbers later. La Habrea? Is Clea better than La Habrea? Ah, shit, she might be. Ah, shit. La Habrea is genius. No, she's not. She's not. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. She is? La Habrea is really good. Nah, this is fine. No, but it's funny how all you guys need to do to get me to raise a character is for me to talk about why they're great, and I go, God damn, they're so good. They're so good. Yeah, so much of the core of Clea's character is found through how she treats her painted self. While she might be an intense, mean, and toxic person to Mael, I don't think that makes her an antagonist. In and of itself, no. But, again, thematically, I think she, kinda... So what you say is, her being intense, mean, and toxic to Mael doesn't make her an antagonist. Not necessarily in and of itself, but that is a big part of it. I think that is a big part of it. And Clea and Francois as a dynamic, it's never really moved me a ton. I found it interesting. What's more interesting to me is the dynamic between Clea and another character, starting with an S. But I think what she does, I think I find it really peak what she does with Francois, but I don't necessarily find the dynamic peak. From the prologue, I was like, I don't think that she's that bad. The foreshadowing is too large for her to be bad, and kind of felt that way the whole time. I agree. I never thought the Paintress was bad either. If this was a villain tier list or whatever, she wouldn't be a villain. But the thing is, she's enough of an opposing force throughout the game to be an antagonist, even if I, think that there are other characters who are just as bad, if not worse than her, who I might consider protagonists. But yeah. And yes, what Sun says, like, the reason the world is formatted the way it is, and the reason this is basically a classic sprawling JRPG with tons of fights, a lot of that is due to Clea, and her specific method of enacting her will. God, Clea's really good! Fuck. Sebastian, you didn't have to do anything. Shit. Let's talk about La Habrea. La Habrea is so sick because he comes off as this mustache-twirling, really shallow villain in the beginning, and he is. But then you realize that the reason he became that way is because the nuances and depth and profundity and richness of his character has faded through the ages. They faded through the ages, much like Elidibus, but in a totally different direction. And all that's left is this husk, repeating shallow rhetoric that comes off as really comically mustache twirling and ARR, but is actually deeply profound. Okay, all right, you've talked me down, but I think Clea's ahead of Basby. You know what? Again, don't take this tier too seriously. I added Basby, yep. Okay. Next up, Kokichi on top, is another new addition. Oh, that's one of my favorites too, Kara. Kagurabachi Nation, man. Hiruhiko. From what I can tell, Hiruhiko doesn't kind of gets slandered. Kind of has some criticism for his character that I think is completely unjustified. I think that his dynamic with Chihito and the way he is so lonely and broken and views the world as this tragic story for which he is forced into the role of villain, and then therefore as a result can't help but laugh at it and cope himself into seeing the same thing in Chihito. And Chihito's reluctance to agree to that, but how Hiruhiko just sees nothing but potential in that relationship, and how he's reached the bottom, and how I think he could really ascend from there. The nuances with the stage and narratives and all of that, I think Hiruhiko has immense potential, and he's one of my favorites in Kagurabachi. An aspect of Clea I find super fascinating is a small line about how angry she gets that there's so much art in the world and she'll never be able to experience it all. I feel that every day. That's one of her lines that resonates with me the most. I look at my to-do list, I'm like, God, when am I going to play Knights of the Old Republic? When am I going to reread Fate's Stay Night? When am I going to reread Song of Ice and Fire? Which I love because that's a great juxtaposition with all her business attitude due to the responsibilities that are forced on her, but also because I find that a little relatable and have to stop myself from stressing about the fact that I'll never be able to experience every game, anime, and manga that I'd like to. Yeah. I really feel that. Me too. It's like the only thing he can do, D-Guy. Thank you for the streak, Ahmed. Oh, sorry, Sebastian. I explained how I feel about Clea and Francois, but I didn't give you a rating. Like a light A. It's definitely very solid. But what I get from it, what I find is peak from it, is pretty one-sided and less of a dynamic thing. I hope he'll rank high. Clea rejects the world and engaging with it on a soul-deep level because it feels like some kind of enemy that she has to become more powerful than in order to be worthy. I don't think I know exactly what you're talking about, Sebastian, but what that evokes in me is the element of her character where it's like, if she were she finds it a tragedy that she's not able to see, to be able to experience every story, and ipso facto, empathize with every person out there. And as a result, has to shut herself off from that. And that's something she's learned to do throughout her life, and it's something she applies in this. It's something she very coldly shuts off because that's something she's been reckoning with, the ability to shut herself off from that sort of thing. Rated Dynamic Team 7? Hey, Dohawk. If you want to, Sebastian, yeah. Like I said, I don't think that there's much about Clea that I haven't like been exposed to or thought about or discussed. But yeah, if you want to. Team 7, S plus. Now, we've had a lot of new additions. Here's an old one. Needs no introduction, needs no explanation. Kenny Ackerman from Attack on Titan. The core of one of the best chapters in the series. One of the most profound dynamics in the series with Uri. Part of the whole thesis of... part of Isayama's thesis on all of Attack on Titan. Phenomenal character. Adore him. What's up, to me? What about Kirei Kotomine from Fate? We'll have to see. We are counting down. For reference, last year, Kirei was in the top 30. Maybe 25. Where was he? Kirei was 23 last year. Everyone is drunk on something. We're all slaves to something. My god. Can you believe he voices Date? Kirei is not on the list this year? Maybe he just dropped out. 143? Wait, I need to do bets. Okay, it might be a little bit till bets. I could have done one between 143 and 144. One of the best characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! The GOAT, the legend, the flamboyant, tragic, fun, charming, playful, with amazing dynamics, the kind of the progenitor of the game, or of the game that is the core of Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximilian Pegasus. Levi thinking of Kenny and Midnight Sun, unbelievable. Maximilian Pegasus, I adore him. This is another one where I was so glad to be able to rewatch Yu-Gi-Oh! With Hannah, because my god is he a joy. Duelist Kingdom is very close to being my favorite arc. It's not quite, but it's very close, and Duelist Kingdom is Pegasus. Pegasus is Duelist Kingdom. And not only that, but he haunts the narrative. Also, yeah, I was about to say, his voice I like better in dub than sub. His voice in dub is so good. Oh. Merrick was in the honorable mentions, I believe. And Merrick's really good too. He is the aristocracy. Have I seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged? No, I'm not. I don't tend to be interested in abridged stuff. So I have not. Kaiba boy. Yugi boy. God, I love Pegasus. Pegasus also formed, like, a big part of my childhood. And the reason I became fascinated with the Antagonist, I think, is partly due to him. Oh, is he good in German, too? He's so good. We talked a lot about this character last year and in my streams of the game, but I was very, very pleasantly surprised at how good Masataka Ebina is in Infinite Wealth. The incredible voice acting, how it all he's very backloaded, but in a way that really makes sense and I think is really earned. And his entire final monologue about how horrifically, like, all the negatives of Yakuza culture, what it leads to, the trickling byproducts, his dynamic with Ichiban, and how they are mirror images of one another, kind of nihilistic elements versus sheer hope, shonen optimism, but for also, like, luck is a huge factor of it. How Kiryu implores him to forgive, in spite of how unfair that is. The whole ant thing. Oh, I was so shocked at how good he was by the end. He's so good. And sort of seeing the vision come into place. Like, once you start hearing about Ebina, as the game goes on into the second half, I'm like, oh, I think something's going on with the dynamic with Ebina and Ichiban. There could be something really peak happening here. And then they followed through with it exactly. His look at the end of the scene. How just at the end of the scene, sorry, this is very cheerful music. How at the end of the scene, he just is shocked. He has nothing to say. There's nothing left to say. Oh, it moves me so much. Oh, that's beautiful, Simba. He essentially gave the series finale speech, just the amalgamation of all the conflict across the entire story. Yes, and then how it bounces off with Kiryu going, yes, you are right. I agree with you. But nevertheless, this will never end unless I ask the most unfair thing of you. To let go and to forgive. And then the way that plays off of Ichiban. We then go to Ichiban, who is an example of that exact ridiculous thing. How ridiculous is it for Kiryu to ask of people to forgive, given all they've gone through? And yet, that is it right there. That's the way forward, is Ichiban. Oh, Infinite Wealth is the greatest. Holy shit. I think this is the character you've most changed my opinion on. I went from liking him, but not thinking about him much, to adoring him from your streams and cooking. I'm so glad. If there's a character who deserves it, he's right near the top. Was AJ Mitamura in honorable mentions? Yes, he was. Yeah, his forgiveness to Eiji, incredible. So these are ones I've talked about for years. Sasuke Isaburo, one of the best characters in all of Gintama. In and around the top 5, a strong favorite for ages and ages, that I made a video on, but I don't know if that's even public anymore. It's somewhere out there. And his dynamic with Nobume, he's a big part of the reason that Farewell Shinsengumi as an arc is as masterful as it is. Just amazing character. Surprised to see Ebina this low? This isn't low. Being on the list is a huge compliment in and of itself, and like I said earlier, a 20-spot drop isn't even a drop with all the additions this year. But even considering that, he was 127 last year, so I don't know. I don't think it's really that surprising. Yeah, with Nobume, incredible. I'm surprised to see him this high. This is high. Although, yeah, you probably knew I'd put him here. I keep thinking about Isho. Where was Isho last year? Isho 136. Cool. Show Ebina above Somea on RGG Twitter and you'll be pitchforked? Oh, pitchfork me. Do it. Let me also show them where Park is on my list. But Park isn't an antagonist. A bit higher than 136? We'll see. We'll see. I thought Ebina would be higher since I think he's really good, and I hadn't played it since last year. I think he's really good too. I think he's borderline masterful. Anyone who's on the list is borderline masterful. At the very least. Isho hasn't dropped 20, that's true. That's a rise. Park, low-key, high-key, top 10 in the series? Speak on it. Yakuza 5, greatest of all time. When they see Park above Akiyama? Good take, honestly. I think Park is in my top 15. I don't know if she's probably not top 10. She's in and around top 15. This is a bit of a drop. A bit of a drop in this economy is 47 spots. Woods Rogers from Black Sails. Phenomenal character who I think just, I've been less obsessed with, I guess. I latch on more to other characters than him in Black Sails, but him being, he is perfect for being the face, the monstrous face of society, kind of like Andrew Milton, but better. Like, more complex, more nuanced. And the way he works off of Jack Rackham with the idea of, all that you know about me is what I want you to know. Sorry, he says that to Jack Rackham, but it plays off of John Silver and the lack of a backstory and his book. It's all phenomenal stuff. Yeah, and his dynamic with Flint, the stuff he does in Season 4, just a great character. Probably top 7 or 8 in the series. Rogers, yes, to me. Oh, are we going... And then here we go, N, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I've talked about him for years on end. My favorite character in Xenoblade 3. Another notable sizable drop, I think as a byproduct of re-experiencing Xenoblade 3 and realizing that, like, certain things about it that maybe I didn't... Just kind of solidify my thoughts, generally. Still, to me, the best character in Xenoblade 3. Incredibly sympathetic, beautifully voice acted, but also definitively a bad end character. And is amazing. He's amazing. I want a bit more from Park. I think I could always use a bit more from Park, but just because I love her and I think she's fascinating and really emotional, and her dynamic with Haruka is so good. But I never felt like anything was lacking with Park. So I could see more of her, but I never felt anything was lacking. Crossover with Pokemon, true. My favorite Xenoblade Antag? Well worth it. But yeah, there is an intoxicating, like, yearning of more Park as well. I agree with that, Mel. Haruka and Majima should have had a conversation 100%. So yeah, I think where I place, because that's Yakuza 5 is one of the most flawless games in the series, and it doesn't seem like that's something many, like, tons of people tend to agree with, but I stick to it. Yakuza 5, the only games definitively less flawed than it, to me, are Zero and Gaiden. Because it has so few flaws to me. But the big flaw for me is I think they mishandle Majima, and specifically Majima and Park's relationship. I think it needed more building. I think it needed more just expression of what exactly it was and the people involved, and a Haruka Majima scene would have been great, especially considering their history. But I kind of... The way I do that in my mind is I attribute that to them dropping the ball on the Majima side more than the Park side, I guess. So I've never really thought of it as something lacking from Park. I've always really thought of Park as pretty much blemish-free in terms of their execution with her, but if you do look at it that way, then I definitely understand that. She had zero mention in Pirate Yakuza? Yeah, I think so too, Hannah, which is too bad. It is too bad. It would have been cool to have her there. 138... and the end of the first tier. Officer Heinrich Lungay, one of the best characters in Monster. One of my first videos I've ever made is half of it is dedicated to this man. Fantastic dynamic with Tenma, great characterization, great little quirks that make him so interesting and engaging, amazing dynamic with Grimmer, little idiosyncrasies. He has a really fleshed out arc. Mike, absolute freak. If they ever get to a Kiwami 5... See, the thing is, I'm, like, so ideologically against the idea of a Kiwami 5. But if they do it, which I think it might be inevitable, I don't know. If you're gonna do it, at least expand on that. Please. With his daughter, true. Me too. I love how he loses himself, but then has the understanding and restraint and idea of justice enough to be able to hold himself back and realize the truth. The moment where he talks about to Tenma that I was mistaken is one of the best in the whole series. My God. Oh, this is such a banger. Yeah, his apology, exactly. I know, me too, Mel. Someone in chat said that, I think, during my Pirate Yakuza playthrough, and it's haunted me ever since. Lunge being told his character concept and flaws, and recognizing it, but not caring precisely because of his character concept. Yeah, exactly! But then, he goes around and is able to transcend that upon being faced with nothing but trying with all his might, but he has nothing else to argue against. He is innocent. Oh, Monster's so good. Okay, can we do a bet? Oh, yes! We can do a bet! Not next one, but the one after this. Oh, yes, we can. Oh, that's such a fun one. Okay, let me just make sure I don't spoil. Number 137. Someone who was my top one in Kagurabachi for quite a while. And up a tier from the likes of Hirohiko and Yura, Kyota Sazanami. What really solidified... I mean, you guys saw my journey with this character. I adore him. And what really solidified it is his final acts, excuse me, of banging... everything overcoming him, his duty, being embodied by his duty, and banging on the gavel. I must do this no matter what. If I know anything in my life, I have to continue my duty. But then his look at Hakuri at the end. Is there something else I could have done? Is there more I could have done? Could I have taken another path? Could he be taking another path? The ambiguity there, oh, it's juicy, man. It's so good. Banging the gavel, the panel's breaking. Oh boy, it's so good. Ringo is not an honorable mention, no. Kyota Sazanami. Oh, a legend. A legend. Yeah, I like that idea about Lunge, by the way, Lolo. Him having a wife and child, just in and of itself is fascinating for Lunge. Okay, bet time. Bet time. You guys ready for the first bet of the day? The first bet of the top 150 antagonists? Which character is higher on the list? This is fun. Makima from Chainsaw Man, or Kenjaku from Jujutsu Kaisen. Both of these characters getting rises. Season 3 tax or Reize movie tax? Or both? The mommies! This is the first gamble. So here you go. Boom. Who is higher on the list? Hello, Boostic. The JJK Season 3 OP tax? Let me just say, there is tax for both of them. There is Part 1 of Chainsaw Man elevation, through the Reize movie and me remembering how great it is, the Part 1 is. and rereading certain parts. And then there's the JJK Season 3 tax, and just me and the modulo, even though Kenjaku's, you know, not directly a modulo, but like just generally it being a good year for JJK for multiple reasons for Kenjaku. For context, Kenjaku last year was 149, and Makima was honorable mentions. So both have had upswings. In terms of hotness, that one Kenjaku panel clears. Which one? Yeah, Modulo would make Kenjaku so sad. Okay, let's see. A minute remaining. Oh, sorry. There's something I need to fix right here. Ooh, sorry, 1 sec. We're doing live, folks. Okay, fixed. We're good. We're fine. Okay, let's see. The nurse one, drooling emoji. Oh, yes. Yes, true. 78% say Kenjaku, 22% say Makima. The answer is Kenjaku. Kenjaku. Congratulations. It's been an up year for both. They've been rotting my brain, both of them. Because also Makima in the Chainsaw Man movie, in the Reize movie, is low-key amazing. Oh my god. The way she kind of retroactively haunts everything that happens in the movie through her final scene. I loved her in the movie. Anyways, congrats to both. Big years for both Chainsaw Man Part 1 and JJK for me. And as a result, big years for both these characters. But Kenjaku, yeah. Basically, what seals it here is the OP. And the creative decision for Goso and the JJK Anime Season 3 staff to make the culling games basically framed as Kenjaku just looking in on it. The OP doing that, and then him being everywhere but nowhere, just observing everything. Oh, it's so good. The laughter, it's so good. Yeah, it had been a slow, like... Yeah, I had kind of fallen out of love a little bit with Chainsaw Man Part 1. Red One. But this year, 2025 to into 2026, we're back. As a microscope, it's so good. Although, I do have to say, I still don't like Kenjaku's final conclusion. Did I fall out of love a bit because of Part 2? Partly, but that's not all of it. It's a couple of things. I think refreshing myself with the Reize movie was huge. I know, Huey, it's incredible. Dentists are top 1 Antag? True, Elijah. Why'd you spoil my list? I hope it went okay. You were banking on that? It's a very valid thing to think. Lunge's incredible. Elijah and I agreeing once again? Dentists are evil. True. Except any dentists in chat or watching this, you're the not evil ones. Dentists are very necessary. Jiggling the Takaba keys to distract AJ from the Kenjaku's ending? Legit though! Those are hella enticing keys. Definitely Hannah, true. Number 134. Shall we say another new addition? Dedra Miro from Andor. One half of one of the best dynamics in all of Andor, by far one of the most interesting psychologies and characterizations and personalities and portrayals. Like the acting is incredible. The facial expressions, the way that Dedra always looks like she smelled something disgusting all the time. Oh, it's peak. Oh, it's so good. The dynamic with Cyril, her conclusion, her like how she makes fascism feel like corporate climbing. And you're like, yeah, go get him, girl. Stick it to the man. Corporate climb your way up. Oh, shit, she's also doing fascism. Oh, shit. It's amazing. Oh, it's so good. Andor's so good. What's it called? The banality of fascism, I think it's called. How mundane and corporate fascism really is, and oppression really is, and how that's portrayed through the likes of Partagaz. Partagaz is amazing, too, by the way. And Dedra. Girl bossing fascism. I know, and her ending, when Hannah saw the end of Andor, I'm so glad you're enjoying her, Trish. I'm so glad you're enjoying her. There are elements to her character that are very reminiscent of like Hannah mentioned Poof. I completely see it. There are elements of her character that are very trapped. I wish I skipped the scene. I hate thinking about it. But that's why it's peak. Because it makes you completely miserable. Oh, Dedra's so good. I love her. I know, the feeling's not fun. The feeling's not fun. By the way, Trish, probably don't look too much at chat at the moment, or anyone who's gonna watch Andor. Nothing explicit, but I wouldn't look at chat for the next maybe 30 seconds to a minute. But yeah, just, I love her. I go back and forth about whether her or Clea are my 5th and 6th favorites, and she's probably 5th. I think Dedra's 5th. But man, the whole cast is so exceptional that even my 5th or 6th are world-class characters. The banality of evil. Sorry, I misspoke. Yes, the banality of evil. Can't decide between epic women? Real. Mon? I am looking. So this is a weird one, actually. I wouldn't put too much stock into this, but this is how it shook out. This next one? With a big drop? But it's just like, this is one where I'm just like, okay, let's rearrange the list. Oh, this character's just going lower and lower and lower. Oh, shit. They're this low. Huh. And again, being on this list isn't low. Understanding what Shanks told him. He gave up his arm for the sake of a new era. Just like Joseph. Thank you so much. I'll say thank you probably in a second. Again, being on this list isn't low, but low comparatively to what they were. It's just how it turned out. But still really adore this character. Still find their psychology really fascinating, and one of the dynamics really good. But it's just I think I might need a bit of a refresher on them very soon to solidify how I feel, and that is Jun Oda from Yakuza 0, who's gone down 56 spots, which, I don't know, I just feel strange about, I feel a bit more strange about him lately. Sorry, Hannah. Like, as in, I love a lot of things about him, but I just don't feel as strongly, I guess, this year as I did. I think that's what it comes down to, is not feeling as strongly about it. But I am currently going through Yakuza 0, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how I feel. Please save Oda, Hannah. No, it's, you know who's going to save Oda this time? It's my mom, because I'm watching Yakuza 0 with my mom. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm about to meet him, like, literally this week, I think. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it's just, I feel less strong about him compared to previous years, for whatever reason. But I still feel very strongly about him. He's still one of the better Yakuza antagonists to me. I love his dynamic with Tachibana. I love how gross and disgusting of a person he is. I think he's amazing. And, yeah, Kiryu convinced me. Please, God. And I'll keep you guys, I'll let you guys know, when I finish my watch through of Yakuza 0, maybe I'll be wrong and he'll go, I'll retroactively change this one thing. But yeah, this is where it shook out. He's a black hole? That's a great way to put it to me. It's not his fault he is the way he is. Just being psychologically tortured by Tachibana for the whole of Yakuza 0. I should put Tachibana on the antags list. That man is evil. I feel really lucky. I'm really excited to watch more with her, Grootly. He wrote One Piece and at the end of his character arc, incredible. Last year, Gus fell off, now it's Oda. Do you hate gay people on the grind? No, because Kenjaku went up. Hiruhiko got added. If he did, Yugrim will be out of the list entirely. That's true. Thank you, Son Goku, for the 3 gifted subs. Please let us know if you want that to go towards anything. Thank you very much for gifting 3 subs to the community. Really appreciate it. I know, Kiryu, retroactively, the decades make Kiryu hate Oda. Enjoy that, Johnny. Number 132. Ooh, love this character. One of the best characters in Final Fantasy X. Jecht. Super complex relationship and dynamic with Tidus. Really heartbreaking elements surrounding him everywhere. Very morally strange and ambiguous, and you don't really know what to make of him, but nonetheless, when you see elements of him wanting to change himself and ascend and all of that, and what he ends up being by the end of the story, just an all-around incredible Final Fantasy character who I really, really love. I could also see not thinking of him as an antagonist. And -3, that's kind of a rise in this economy. Best dads list, number 1. Greatest. Just talked about it just now, Roshan. Hey, Mr. Lyra. Jecht is one where I can understand not thinking of him as an antagonist, but I can also understand thinking of him as one. And to me, he is one. 131. Another Yakuza character. If we're talking about sheer richness and sheer just like the highest amount of peak contained per capita, Takeru Kurusu. Oh, and his dynamic with Hirose and his hand shaking as he sort of dismisses him. And all that he does with fatherhood and flawed fatherhood and those relationships and how Kiryu reflects on that in Yakuza 6, I adore this character so much. I think Kurusu is incredible. I have since we finished Yakuza 6, since we learned about him in Yakuza 6, I've been fascinated by him, and it only continues. And his chud son, Tsuneo, is below in honorable mentions. He is ridiculous. He's incredible. Oh my god, he's incredible. I love Kurusu. He's one of the biggest highlights of Yakuza 6. It's like he gets better to me every time I think about him. Yeah, the naming in Yakuza 6 can be weird, Hannah. But yes, it's old man who's literally like 100. Yeah, him and Hirose, it's crazy. Like, chapter 9 or whatever chapter it was hit, and then him and Hirose just decided to be, from, interesting-ish. Hirose was really cool. Into, like, oh my god, peak. Me too. Yeah, I mean Bryce. Yeah. Kurusu and Hirose is one of the defining dynamics of not just Yakuza 6, but Yakuza. That shit haunts my nightmares. And then how heartbreaking it is on Hirose's side, and how he devolves into his child self. Oh yeah, gee, I don't want to hurt them. I mean, we'll talk about Hirose later, but... And then from Kurusu's side, just being resolute and having such conviction, but still being heartbroken. And the way that I think Nagumo maybe grabs the gun from his hand, and he's just like shaking and holding onto it. Oh my god, man. Maybe, Sarah. Maybe. Raymond Law? Ugh. Yakuza's dropping? What makes you think that? All I've been doing is talking about how much I love Yakuza and all these characters. Yakuza characters and becoming peak out of nowhere? The antics are? Like I said, if it's not minus 20, if it's minus 20-ish or less, it's a rise. So actually, this is a rise. Yoda's a drop, fair. Ebina, no change. Is there any others? Somea, okay, fair enough, that's a drop. But like, that's 2 drops and 2 rises right there. Kuina, I don't consider part of Yakuza though. Kuina's lost judgment. Yakuza characters and becoming peak out of nowhere, Triple S. Joe Sawashiro. I know, Andor is a brand new entry, and I have watched it 3 times. Crazy. Has Toru Adachi been added? That is Persona 4, right? Yes, he is. He's in honorable mentions. Number 130. You know him, I know him. One of the most iconic characters ever, in video games at least. I've talked about him in videos. He is consistently incredible throughout the entire series. Ganondorf from The Legend of Zelda. And I love how you can compare and contrast the different incarnations. I think in terms of interesting characterization, Wind Waker is the best. I coveted the wind, I suppose. But I love what Breath of the Wild does for him. I love Ocarina of Time. I love Twilight Princess and how thematically he breaks through everything. He's been quarantined. Yeah, he's infecting everyone. Vegeta? Welcome back, Kai. Wind Waker Ganon is incredible. So this is like every iteration. He's been on this list every year. And yeah, minus 14. A tiny rise, kind of. Yeah, he's been everything. He's been a force of nature. He's been incredibly intimate and personal. He's been a thematic antithesis, punching through everything. He's been a monster. He's just incredible. I'll never get sick of Ganondorf. He's very petty. Yeah, he's incredibly petty. I love that for him. And why wouldn't he be, considering his position and how much the power that he covets gets snatched away from him time and time again cyclically? Will I ever watch Snowfall? Is that Legend of Zelda, like, fan-made YouTube series? Hey, Weaver. King of Red Lions, really, really good. Snowfall is a crime drama. Oh. Okay, I thought there was something with Zelda. I have no idea what crime, what Snowfall is. I don't know what it is. Me too, Sebastian. Zelda, oh, it's just the greatest. Arguably the greatest video game series. 129? we are on a slew of old favorites, and another one. Yeah, Wind Waker is the most. I definitely get that, D guy. I think Wind Waker. If I had to pick one Ganondorf that's my favorite, it would probably be Wind Waker. But Twilight Prince is probably second favorite. Oh, I'm sorry, Moonless. Welcome back. Number 129, and speaking of Yakuza characters and rises and falls, here's another one that's -6, which, in this economy, this is a rise. Tsubasa Kurosawa, the core antagonist of Yakuza 5, and to me one of the most important antagonists throughout the entire series, specifically for how well he gets enriched through Kiryu and Infinite Wealth, and all the stuff in terms of how they play off one another. He just ages better and better and better the longer the series goes on because of what happens with Kiryu. And his resentment about the old age and having a dream thrust upon his son, because I just need this legacy to be representative of what I want in the world. And Aizawa just kind of being like, I don't really know how I got here, but I need to find a place for myself. So let's fucking duke it out. Kurosawa was unbelievable. Yeah, he gets better and better the more you think about him. I can't wait to revisit Kurosawa. I know, I think he could rise a lot. He's another one where he kind of aura farms a lot throughout Yakuza 5, and then around in the last third or so, you go, oh my god, this guy's actually incredible. I don't know if he'll make me emotional, Sarah, but maybe, because of the Kiryu link. No, that's valid, Simba. There's so many Yakuza names. I get it. Thank you, but sometimes I forget, Simba. I do sometimes have to look stuff up. Well, I hope you enjoyed the VODs, Abe. But yes, he's one of the highlights of Yakuza 5. Incredibly bitter. I love how much of an antithesis he is. He sees the nonsense on the rooftops of Saejima versus Kiryu. What's the guy's name who's the fourth guy? Who gets shot? I forget his name. See, I just forgot a name. 128 Kefka. Oh god, what's his name? Who knew Park? The other one who was fighting on the rooftop. Maybe no one knows. Katsuya! Yes, Katsuya. That's who it was. And he sees all of them fighting. And he's just like, what a joke. What an absolute joke. I despise that I am leaving this world seeing you freaking clowns being what's left. I hope so, Sebastian. I hope by this time next year you can relate to knowing these characters. They do, Sarah. That's true. No, Watase... Sorry, I don't think I even mentioned Watase. It was... I think it was Katsuya. But, oh, man. He's the perfect antithesis. $128... Shukuro Tsukishima. A lot of the reason I freaking love this guy is because of how he bends your mind all over the place. How the twists and turns and the gaslighting of Ichigo and the stream memes about it. And that was all so much fun. I adored all of that. But what really sells this character for me is, you taught me everything. I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, you taught me everything. Except how to live without you. Alley of Silence carrying. Oh. Ginjo and Tsukishima, double S. Double S. He's in Can't Fear Your Own World. That doesn't really elevate him much for me, but it was interesting. It was cool to have him. So yeah, he is forever embedded in our lore. Is Sawashido in this? Again, we're doing a countdown, so there's 127 characters to go. We'll see if he's there, but he's not been listed yet. And again, you can check out last year's list. He was between 40 and 50 in last year's list. Do I consider him an antagonist? I do, yeah. If I check really quickly, I think he was like 45-ish. He was 45. He was exactly 45. Was Ringo listed yet? No. Sorry, Zikarats, I had to. I know, the Fullbring stream was so... Oof, there was something about that final Fullbring stream that'll never be replicated. Alley of Silence, oh, it carried. It didn't carry. It was one of the amazing aspects of it. Ringo is from JoJo's Part 7. Should we expect Ringo? Roshan, do you think I'm going to answer that? Do you think I would tell you what to expect on this list? No, he's ass. That's funny. Guys, I'm not going to spoil. I'm not going to spoil for you. You'll have to wait and see. But, luckily, you won't have to wait long. 127. I'm already feeling a Kuze. Kuze had a bit of an ascension over the past year. I'm just seeing him in the first hour and a half to 2 hours of Yakuza 0, and I'm already feeling an ascension. Holy shit. Kuze is one of the most important characters in Yakuza for Kiryu. I think he instilled in Kiryu that Gambare mentality that is the line at the end of Yakuza 6. That, to me, is something that Kiryu instilled in Haruka, which Haruka then instills, he's Kuze, oh, he was special from the moment we started. But, Haruka instills it in Haruto, and then gets rebounded back to Kiryu from something he learned, but that shonen, never back down, always fighting mentality. Not to say Kiryu never had it, but I think it was exacerbated and fostered through his dynamic with Kuze and Yakuza 0. Never thought of Kuze like that? I really think that's a big part of his character. He ages so well because that element of Kiryu that he's instilled generationally through the people that matter most to him, I think he learned that a lot from Kuze. But yes, likewise, I think, yes, you're right, Hannah, because I think he also encouraged Kiryu's bloodlust, and how he does value that over connection sometimes, and how he hates that about himself. And that's why Kuze's so good. Because what better way to display the duality of Yakuza, of the Yakuza culture? Hang in there. That is Kuze. Kuze hung in there, man. Why am I, like, doing a motivational speech with this music? Kuze! He hung in there! He's so good. He's higher than this, actually. I think he's at least one higher. Oh, it's so good. And then Tetsuya Ida, who I've talked about for years and years on end. Very reminiscent of elements of Eva, of Gendo from Eva, but very much his own thing. Very complex with lots of different variables associated with him. If you play 13 Sentinels, you know what I'm talking about. Still remains to this day maybe my second favorite 13 Sentinels character, and one of my overall... one of the huge reasons that I think it's as good a story as it is. Tetsuya Ida is incredible. He'll return in Yakuza 9, age 120. Can I hear you sing one more time? Maybe you could sing for us. Yeah, there are lots of Eva parallels in 13 Sentinels. A lot of them are Anita. We're going through lots of mainstays in the list, and here's another one. Ava but good, you heard it here first. I know, me too, Simba, me too. He's like a cockroach, but also raw and shonen. Oh, Rosine from Berserk. There is something so special about the Lost Children arc in Berserk. There's a reason it's really high on my arcs list. It was 35 in my favorite arcs list. I think it's so like this dark, twisted fairy tale that reflects upon Guts, the path forward, the way it paves the way for Jill, Guts' embrace of Jill, and Rosine being at the core of all of it through showing a fall from grace of someone who dreamed so hard and didn't want to struggle, which is very valid. She'll never reach the end of that journey. It's so... Peek off the Outcast, oh my god. Yeah, big Griffith parallels. Rosine, oh, my heart hurt. My heart pains so much for Rosine. I adore Rosine so much. So much. You know, I'll change one more thing with Rosine. I'll rise her up one. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, there's just something ephemeral, effervescent, and strangely, darkly innocent and pure about Lost Children, and there's no better display of that than the dynamic with Rosine and Jill. And believing that there's a paradise out there to fly off to, versus understanding that there isn't and coming to terms and confronting the pain of that, but struggling in spite of that. Lost Children top 3 Berserk arc. A great take. I love that take. It's close to third for me. Cho Sang-woo, by the way, Squid Game, I stuck him in there. To me, the best character in Squid Game. Oh, thank you, Time Lord. Let me fix that. To me, the best character in Squid Game. Pretty significantly, yeah. Top 3 is Millennium Falcon, Golden Age, and Conviction. Yes, yep. But Lost Children, and I can't help but divide Lost Children from Conviction. To me, they're two separate arcs. I know people include them together. I've heard the arguments for it, and I get it for sure, but to me, I just have to separate them. And even considering that, Lost Children is really close to Conviction. So there's been a lot of technical falls in the list, but like, you know, a -5, a -6 is a bit of an elevation. But in terms of characters that went up the list, there's not been a lot. Here we have a big one. And again, re-experiences help a lot. So I would like to say, No, Simba, because I really like elements of Season 2. I like elements of the first part of Season 2. I really like In-Ho. I really like his dynamic with the main character, whose name I forget. I really like the way it plays around with the concept and the premise in an interesting way. I think just Season 3, or whatever that was, really ended in a really confusing, bad way. Yeah, season 3 is a bit of a mess. Emu? If this is Emu, it would be a rise of 13. That's a hell of a rise. Or 14, but it's not. It is Barok Van Zeeks. This is another one where I'm like, is this character an antagonist? Because I could see him not being one. But he opposes us so many times throughout the game. I really like using courtroom dramas, and specifically Ace Attorney, and how others oppose each other as a form of antagonism, kind of like how I use teams in sports anime. Barok Van Zeeks, man, what a character. So many like nuances and sympathetic sides, while also being really horrible, a really horrible person in some ways, but also very logical, nuanced understanding, ways of understanding why he became that way. Fantastic dynamics all over the place, really entertaining. His stuff with Clint and how that haunts him, and the story of the Great Ace Attorney is one of the absolute greats. Absolute greats. And he just went up 23 spots. And he's just so fun. He's so fun. He tosses wine. He shows his leg. I love him so much. And he's not even. He's kind of like the Dedra of my of the Great Ace Attorney for me, because he's 5th or 6th in terms of my favorite characters, and I love him this much. Beautifully presented character, great dialogue, very artful dialogue for him. Love his interactions with Ryunosuke, the stuff with Clint, the stuff with elements of Strongheart, and the way he plays around with wanting to get to the truth by working with Ryunosuke in some ways and challenging him in some ways, kind of like a mentor. Oh, he is, Red One. He is. His voice is incredible, which, if you like his voice, Ophi, Final Fantasy XIV. Iris, funny story. I have a Houndoom in my Pokemon Legends ZA game, and I named him Barok. I know, me too. He doesn't really care about winning. He wants to know the truth, and he's trying to maneuver and find his way through it. The way he lures Ryunosuke into solving things only to trap him further, and is so genuinely intrigued in him and can't stop himself from being fascinated in his successes and his so good. So good. Who's my starter? Chikorita. Team reveal, I also have a Starmie. Say one nice thing about Tobias Gregson. Oh my gosh, he went from a character I'm like, that's pretty cool, to having one of the most endearing relationships with Gina. I was shocked by how much I felt for him and Gina. Mega Starmie got banned from Champions OU. Good. Have you seen how ugly that thing is? Listen, I love Starmie. Mega Starmie is not it. How come Oda dropped 56 spots? I'd recommend just going back in the VOD, Moonless, because I explained it I spent a pretty decent amount of time explaining it. Basically just not feeling as much for him as I did before, but I'm looking forward to re-experiencing him as I go through Yakuza 0 again. But if you want a full explanation, I talked about it in the VOD. Mega Starmie's hilarious? Listen. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm about to... Shield your eyes. Okay, so this is Starmie. This is Starmie. This is Mega Starmie. I hate it so much, man. I kind of fuck with it. Why does it have legs? So it can... I don't know. I can't. I can't deal with it. It's too much for me. It looks like Patrick. It does, though! It's like shiny Patrick. It's a fucked up little creature. I'm a fan. I can be a fan of fucked up little creatures, but not this one. I thought you liked SpongeBob? I do. Maybe I should reevaluate. It's funny, but I am disappointed. Mega Stormy top 10? You know it. I just think Stormy is such a pretty, beautiful Pokemon. I kind of like how disproportionate it is, and it has a lot of personality at first glance. It's just a little guy. See, I agree with that, but the thing is with Starmie, Starmie was elegant and beautiful. And to change the vibes of that to a weird, quirky, bizarre little guy is too much of a shift for me. It's too much. Hates regression in characters? I hate Usopp. I hate Usopp. Plankton from SpongeBob? Honorable mentions. Say one nice thing about Mega Starmie? Good color. I like purple. Yeah, I get the logic, Time Lord. Just the execution doesn't work for me. Okay, next up. A character who I hope will elevate even more soon. But for whom, on her own right now, is still unbelievable. Morena Prudo. In the latest batch is when I started thinking, okay, Morena has the potential to be peak. That's how I thought about her. She has one of the best introductions in manga straight up. And I'm like, she has the potential to be a peak character. And last batch is when she properly came into her own as actualizing that. And I'm so glad about that. And I hope whenever we get the next batch, only strength to strength. I adore her. Not gonna spoil Mel. But I guess if you don't want to know about her relevance. But yeah, I have a video on her as well. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good video. There's also this like incredibly elaborate video on her from someone who did incredible editing, which is a cool take as well. Just for the visuals alone, there's a video out there that's really good. Yeah, one of the stars of the Succession War, one of the biggest hooks going forward. Can't wait to see what she's gonna do with Seti and her role with the Mafia going forward, and her dynamics with characters present and not present, and I adore Morena. Thank you, Sarah. Almost top 5 Antags? Wonderful. Beautiful. Dung Heap of a World. One of the best introductions in all of Hunter x Hunter. Top 5 favorite Mega Evolutions? Mega Pinsir? I really like Mega Dragonite. I actually really like it. Mega Succession Wars Crollo? Yup. Which princes do I not consider antagonists? Most of them. Benjamin was in honorable mentions. Most princes I don't really consider antagonists. Hulkenberg I don't consider. Manetric's good, yep. Mawil's good. Absol. Mega Absol is beautiful. Oh, I love Mega Absol. I hope Benjamin will be here next time. I hope so as well. I consider all the adult princes other than Loserous antagonists. Yeah, I don't. I think maybe if they were to come into more prominence, I would. But like, there's Wobble, right? And Hulkenberg to me... Yeah, Hulkenberg isn't an antagonist to me. I don't consider Hulkenberg an antagonist. Which Mega Absol? There's more than one? What? What? Did you guys just spoil me? What the hell is this? If that's a big plot point, then that sucks. Well, both. That looks good. If that's not a plot point, like, if it's not a point in the story, then that's fine, I guess. I didn't know there was more than one Absol Mega. I was talking about the first one. But that one looks really nice, too. Yeah, makes sense, Nero. Camilla? Is Camilla... Hold on, let me check something. Camilla... Oh, yeah, Camilla is an antagonist. Camilla is an antagonist. I need to add her. Camilla's an antagonist. She is added to the honorable mentions. God, the honorable mentions list keeps growing. Do I have Nasubi? I think so. I should. If I don't, that's another one I've forgotten. I don't. Shit. Well. Let's add another one. Thank you for reminding me. The alignment... anyway, it's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Say one nice thing about Camilla. One of my favorite is Silva one, is Beyond. Beyond is one. Beyond is on the list already. Nenbis. Top 5 final boss themes in games. Final? Okay, I don't know the names of all of them, but the song that plays for the fight with Ebina and Infinite Wealth, Zanza, the song is called Zanza. The final boss fight in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in Final Fantasy IX, and in Endwalker. Yeah, Summer's honorable mention. I had to. Yeah, they could all be Yakuza, but I just... Yeah, the one in Yakuza 0, too. Shishido is so good. Dancing Mad, yep. There's too many. And then to close out this tier, tier 7, we have Novak. To me, definitely the best character in Orb on the movements of the Earth. Keeping the same exact spot. One of my favorite Kenjiro Suda roles, we see his story and his coming to understand his role as a villain of events and coming to understand how his own complexes stopped him from being able to see that and how profound all of that is, how he was an obstacle in place of scientific progression and innovation. It's an amazing, incredible character. Orb is really good. Check it out if you haven't. Novak and Rafa. Oh, that scene. Oh, the scene in the Double S. That might be my favorite in the whole show, in the whole series. I know, Simba, I know. The perfect foil. The perfect antagonist. Okay. I'm gonna do a bet between 117 and 118. I'll do a bet with. But first, I have brain rotted about this character for so much. I've talked about him for so long in my 9-hour video. Rufus Shinra from Final Fantasy VII, in the conversation, probably the best elevated character from Final Fantasy VII OG into Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy. Just endless depth, inferiority complexes, wanting to not be his father, identity issues, dynamics with Cloud, the only times in which he feels like he's properly living and has agency of his own, being with Cloud, trying to step out of a shadow but being beholden to it. Just amazing, amazing character with endless depth, who I have so many stocks in for Part 3. I'm so excited for him in Part 3. Yeah, Rebirth is incredible for Rufus. Absolutely incredible. One of the best things about Rebirth is what it does with Rufus. And, I just love him so much. I talk about him so much in my, all the Orb protagonists were grouped together in honorable mentions for protags. Say one nice thing about the Turks. The strange balance that's struck, or let me put it this way, actually. The way that Re-Trilogy is able to balance and smush together the extremes of the characters, to make them more palatable and more nuanced. Because the OG for the Turks is not very good, in my opinion. They swing from comical evil villain to, like, buddy-buddy with the crew in a way that doesn't make any sense. Whereas the Re-Trilogy, I think, makes their characterization much more middle ground. Sung and Aerith in Re-Trilogy, that last scene, oh, it's so good. I love Elena. Oh, I love Elena. She's such a little gremlin. Oh my god. You can call me your worst nightmare. No, Ophi. No. I'm not even gonna joke about that. Not when we have Sung and Elena. And Rude and Reno. Top 5 characters who were elevated in the Re-Trilogy. Barrett, Rufus, Yuffie, Kate Sith, I love Yuffie so much. Dio? I don't think so. I wouldn't say Dio. He's probably better in Re-Trilogy, but maybe Song. Maybe Song. Hojo's really good in Re-Trilogy. But I actually think he's really, really good in OG as well. So I don't know if I put him top 5 elevated. Dine? I wouldn't say Dine, no. I have a big love for what the OG, and I also just realized Hojo is not on my honorable mentions. I have a big amount of love for what the original did with so little with Dine. So I'm glad we get extra layers to him, but I don't think he's top 5 most elevated. So yeah, what's the last one I said? I don't remember. Barrett, Yuffie, Rufus. I said Sung, I think, and Kate Sith. 119. The most perfect first arc antagonists you're ever likely to have. And still two of the best characters in Naruto, Zabuza and Haku. I love these two so much. Zabuza and Haku. I had to include both together in the same slot. I think I did this first last year as well. Uh, these two, in a strange, twisted way, soulmates who just couldn't, for multiple reasons, couldn't remain as they were in the story. Who so beautifully reflect a lot of the themes of the setting and so immediately, so powerfully impact Naruto. Just incredible. First arc antagonist, yep. Um, Tearing up in a hotel lobby while I finish that arc is a core Naruto memory for me. Oh my god, I remember when you talked about that when you were doing that downpour. Oh my god, and then also me and Hannah watching the episode on the way to on a train to Montreal, like an 8-hour train, and Hannah just bawling. And yeah, Hannah's crying about Zabuza and Haku, and this lady goes, Would you like a snack? Do you want a snack? Do you want some orange juice?" No thanks. And they absolutely echo to the very end. Oscalad? That is, technically you're right. It's a little bit of a cheat, but I think it's fair, Chera. Bedtime. Bedtime. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques from Bleach? Or Montutu Yuppie from Hunter Hunter. Two Shonen Core? Who is higher, Yuppie or Grimjo? You're vibing too hard with the music? It's so good. Oh my god, I love Andor. One sec, sorry. Vote. I have no clue between these two. I didn't for a bit as well. Yuppie been talking about for 10 years. Grimshow, more relatively recent. Um, with one of the most important, I think, relationships with Ichigo. Kind of a Kuze-esque relationship with Ichigo for me. And an amazing stimulus. And then Yuppie and his... I don't. I've talked about Yuppie forever. I won't bore you guys. You guys know I love Yuppie. The music that keeps Mon over as my top one over Cyril. God, Mon just dancing the night away in despair, getting drunk as hell. Oh, I love her. Grimja was 20 above him last year. He was. He was. He was. 50. Oh, this is close. 57% say Grimjo. 43% say Yuppie. I wanted to do a shonen one. The answer is Yuppie. I have actually found myself reflecting on Yuppie quite a bit over the past year. So congrats to 43%. Someone said, when in doubt, pick Hunter x Hunter. Now, the thing with that is, will for the next bet, I go against that? And make it one where Hunter x Hunter will lose? Or will I go another layer deep and make it one that it'll win to psych you out? You forgot to vote? Good. Good. Yuppie has a video, Grimjo doesn't. You could video scale. Which means Andrew Milton is technically ahead of Zabuza and Haku. Use it forever, Trish. Oh, this one's fun. I like this tier. What if it's two Hunter x Hunter characters? Oh, then I put you in trouble then. What about the interest that builds between the next bet? Lots of variables. Thank you, Sarah. That's my video. I did do a video on Yuppie. It's pretty good. Actually, Yuppie has an element to him that is unique to any other Hunter x Hunter character that is indicative of the idea that sentimentality. How do I describe this? Not sentimentality. Well, sentimentality and humanity are transmitted not through genetics, but through the soul. And you could have guessed that otherwise, but Yuppie is definitive, like literally objective proof of that. Which is really fascinating to me. The Poof Meruem bet? We did have that. Freezeman is top one. Hello, D. Welcome in. And once again, I mentioned this at the beginning of stream, but once again, thank you to D for this amazing art of me and my top 10 protagonists. I retweeted on Twitter. I gushed about it earlier in stream, but thank you once again, D. I hope your plans were fun. Big D is in town. Very antagonistic timing. So here is one that stuns me, actually. Here's one that genuinely stuns me, is Marlo Stanfield from The Wire. This is a character for ages. I'm just like, yeah, he's good. I don't really get him, though. And then his last scene, basically. Maybe his last episode. It all comes together and you see the full vision, and you see him as this monstrous byproduct of the societal patterns, the oppressive system, the broken system that has been, for 5 seasons, the core of The Wire, and how he is a symptom of that. Unable to exist in anything but that system, and a humanityless, in some ways, cold monster, ruthless and unfeeling and coldly pragmatic. He is an ingenious character. My name is my name. Oh, ingenious character. He's incredibly scary. He is terrifying. Love Marlo. I love that he's such a deep character too, because I was really wondering, like, is this going to be the character with major screen presence that maybe just doesn't do it for me? But then those last couple episodes, oh. Oh. Absolute monster. I know, not recognizing who he is, but knowing who Omar was, the richness in that. One of, honestly, my biggest surprises of this list is him being here. So let me get these two next ones. Oh, Marlo and Stringer is a dynamic. One of the best. One of the absolute best. Kind of how Marlo achieves a lot of the things, achieves the kingdom that Stringer kind of dreamed of in a lot of ways, but also just ended up in some ways in the same spot as him. Double S. Which is your favorite season, Simba? Every little detail about The Wire is literary. The Wire is so good. Thank you for the streak, Instant Island. Do you want to do another quick-fire bet? We can do another one. These two characters need no introduction, need no explanation. You could just kind of go by instinct. Banger. Absolutely. Satori Tendo from Haikyuu. Or 3421, nice. 4 is one of my favorite seasons of television in general. Or Miya Osamu, Haikyuu. For reference, last year, they were next to each other. No, not exactly next to each other. 100 and 102. 100 and 102. I'll wait until the ad's done. Hold on. Actually, I'll just do a 2-minute vote. Or I'll just get it ready here. So, which character's higher? Tendo or Osamu? I love both of these. To me, they're two secondary characters that are as important as anyone else. I think Osamu is as important to the story as his brother, who has more emphasis, but I think he's as important, and as important in that dynamic. I think Tendo, Farewell My Paradise, is one of the most meaningful, beautiful moments in all of Haikyuu, to embody what it means to be on the court, what it means to be a monster, how there is beauty in this monstrosity. Hannah and I are rewatching season 3, and I cannot wait for that moment. We haven't seen it in a couple weeks. We need to get back to it, but oh my god. And then how the Tendo Ushijima dynamic, how Washijo gave Tendo a place to feel free. And then Osamu, the whole thing with the Inazizaki Kita Atsumu food thing. Memories are embedded in us. Who needs memories? Because memories are a part of us. Whew. 54% say Tendo, 46% say Osamu. The answer is Osamu. These are fun. These are tight ones. Scraping your way back, let's go. Not your day? There's still time. There's still time. We have plenty more to go for today. This is rigged? No, you still have points, I believe. I think that would be the thing with me as well, Sarah. Oh, but Farewell My I don't know. I don't have an answer for which themes resonate with me more. It's just when I think of Osamu and Tendo, just Osamu's got to go just ahead. And then we now have a... Let's put them together, because we have two bad dads. Gendo Ikari is number 112. Tywin Lannister is number 113. Both down 14, not a drop. Not a drop, both incredible characters. Tywin elevated in some ways by Charles Dance's performance. Gendo Ikari, specifically with the main series, because I adore how much less is more of a character he is. There is so much unsaid. There's so much richness in what is unsaid, or the tiny little lines he has. The allusions to, maybe I could have done something differently, but the conviction and his last moments in End of Eva. I'm not a big fan of how they do Gendo in the rebuilds, but good God is he amazing in the main series. Bad dads make for peak fiction. Oh, really, Hamdash? I think I might have heard about that. It's why I'm avoiding the rebuilds. I think they're generally good, but not up to the standard of Eva, and the things they do... I think if you're very happy with the end of Eva, I don't think there's any real necessity to do the rebuilds. So I know some disagree with me about that, but that's just how I feel. What was Gendo's highest placement? I'm not sure. You could check this. This list here, you could check. I guess I could search. 70. 70. It looks like 70 was his highest placing. Top 5 bad dads? Okay, I'm gonna be a little loose with this. Also, god damn it, Silva Zoldyck is an antagonist, isn't he? Shit! Oh my god. This honorable mentions list, it's comical. Is Dutch a papa? Yes. Dutch? I don't either, Raph. I don't either. Dutch? Garp? Sure, let's do Garp. I won't say these two because I just talked about them. Jing? Although, that's a bit loose with Jing, but, you know. Whitebeard? I don't think Whitebeard's a bad dad at all. Bondrude? Oh. Oh. Grisha? Yes, Grisha. Rudolph? Rudolph as well. Rudolph as well. Silva is everything I stand against, but man, I love him. He's so good. His gaslighting of Killua, he will come back. Oh. Top 5 positive father-son dynamics. Positive. Let's bring the vibes up. Positive father-son dynamics. Well, here's another one. It's very negative, but it ends positive. Gon and Jing, to me. Is it right to call Renoir a bad dad? I think it's fair to call Renoir a bad dad. Whitebeard and his sons from One Piece. Oh, another bad dad is President Shinra, by the way. Yeah, Kratos Atreus feels like one I can't avoid with that answer, with that question. What about Osborn? I think it's fair to say Osborn's a bad dad, but also a sympathetic bad dad. Kinzo's an awful dad. Awful dad. You just reminded me of Bay. Positive father-son dynamic, Minato Naruto. And ultimately, this is complex, but Kiritsugu Shiro. Logan Kendall? Oh yeah, beautifully positive. Gerald Series, a good one. Grisha 50% success rate. Thor's in Thorfinn. Oscalot in Thorfinn is more complex, but I see it. Kiryu Haruka is positive. I feel like I'm missing a couple of obvious ones. But yeah, that's a bunch of them. Elia does exist, that's true. Now, we have bad dads. This isn't necessarily a dad, but it is a bad person. Terrence Fletcher from Whiplash, one of the best film movie characters. Oh yeah, Kiryu and Haruka is in Father and Son. Sorry, that's just father-daughter. Terrence Fletcher, incredible character. I go back and forth about interpretations of who he is all the time. Or like, my take on him morally all the time. Not quite my tempo. He is endlessly complex, beautifully acted, all-timer. All-timer. Oh, there's an Endwalker one? Yes, there was a positive dad in Endwalker, who I really deeply like as a character. Yes, you should, Tom. He is one of the most terrifying characters I've ever seen. I love that once you have his whole character in perspective, he just comes off as sad as a lonely, sad loser. My type of character. Forshino, Hannah, is I think who Dampor's talking about. I just said the name. You guys are trying to avoid spoilers and I just said it. He's basically a failed Shinji who never overcame his fear of connection like Shinji does. Right, bad end Shinji and what all that led to. And using and manipulating and discarding women on the way to the idealized woman he does all this for, supposedly, but that also being incredibly selfish. Gendo's so good. He's so good. He's so layered. Me too, Morbus Kid. Oh, this song. The scene of him in the club and playing just the most lifeless, basic jazz is one of my favorite subtextual moments. I haven't even thought about that, Chera. I haven't even thought about that. Guess I should rewatch. No, sorry. With these streams, I go back and forth with certain characters that we recently talk about. So yeah, I was talking about Gendo and Terrence, going back and forth with them. Terrence Fletcher. $110. Another bad person. Wow. We just have bad person after bad person. Terrence Fletcher, Gendo Ikari, Tywin Lannister, Mia Osamu, horrible person. And we have to add to it another bad person in Führer King Bradley. One of those old reliable favorites. Lots of interesting complexity about his attitude regarding humanity. His conclusion is one of the best in Full Metal Alchemist. Beautifully acted in English and Japanese. Fantastic fight with Scar. My god, in the conversation for my favorite in the whole series. Amazing depiction of, in some ways, low-key wrath. But also the inhuman condition, the yearning for sentimentality and humanity. Bad people in an antagonist, crazy. Yes, I like that interpretation as well, and I think it's very valid, Morbus Kid. Oh, the Scar Bradley fight. Whew. And then the shot of them in the OP. Oh, the shot of Bradley and Scar in the OP. Can I find it really quickly? Where Scar tosses off his... Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's so good. Scar tosses off his cloak. This shot right here. Oh, this shit is so... This is everything. It is tragic, Sebastian, but also, what would he do as one? I don't think he would ever be properly capable of being one. Yes, the raindrops emulating tears. He wants to feel those things, but the raindrop falling on him... This song is not a Bradley song. The best he can do is a pale imitation. And I did... One of my first videos I made was on him as well. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, God. Bradley's so good. He's one of the best characters in FMA. Nina and Sho Tucker? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking, Grootly. How high will FV's ceiling go? So this is around the time in the list where people start going, we're deep into it now. We've talked about 40-something characters. We've gone through a lot of old mainstays. We've gone through a lot of new entries, but we're getting to a point where it's like, damn, some new entries that I'm sure are on the list have not showed themselves, and that's pretty exciting. Oh, the bad dad dynamic? Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah, we're not even at 100. That is a real bad dad. Very true. Demons of the Shadow Realm, I'm really enjoying. I mentioned this yesterday. I'm really enjoying it. The first 3 episodes. Diego will be right behind FV. unable to still to overcome him, that would be raw. We are deep in tier 6, this is true. 109, another old head, and another dad, Asgore. A bit of Deltarune informing his spot, only a 3 drop, which is an elevation, partly due to some really extra juicy bits in Deltarune, but he's the best he's one of the best characters in Undertale. He's given me one of my favorite all-time video game moments, where he destroys that button. I talk about this every year, and just all around, he is a fan. I like him from, like, aesthetic, like more shallow points of, not shallow, but a lot of his general interactions, his personality, I find very endearing. How he's very flawed, but also very goofy and strangely likable in that way. You rank them as different characters? To me, there's enough. I get that. To me, there's enough of an intersect for me to intersect them. What? God, that was that sentence. There's enough of an intersect in their characterization for them to go under the same entry for me. But I get if you feel differently, for sure. I should low-key play Birkin Asgore for the GOAT? Okay, but then I'd have to redo the shuffle. But let's do it. Why not? I'd have to exit out of iTunes and redo the shuffle, and the player's screwed up. But you know what? It's for Asgore. It's for Asgore. I screamed when that happened. Oh, I internally screamed. Sorry, let me play it again. There we go. He deserves it. Imagine if you kept this at top 100 and all these characters wouldn't have made it. I have nightmares, man. I'm so glad I extended it. The way he starts with flowers, tea, and smiles, and then, yes! Holy... he's so good. I love this song so much. Yeah, exactly, Power Flare, yeah. That's the way I see it. Yeah, top 300 antagonists? I don't think I'd be able to do that. I don't think so. I think this just missed out tier helps out for the heartache of losing, of others missing out. But you know what? Asgore was blind. He was blind in a lot of ways. He was. And you know who else is blind? Kaname Tosen from Bleach. Elevated through Can't Fear Your Own World stuff, for sure. You like that segue? Elevated through Can't Fear Your Own World stuff, without a doubt. There's some really rich stuff for him, for his backstory, for elements of his character and realizations he had that we weren't privy to in the main series. The stuff with Tokinata, just really great stuff that for me elevates him quite a bit. And to this day, I still think he has one of the most impactful conclusions of any character in Bleach. It is so twisted and messed up and disgusting and hypocritical and sick and indicative of Aizen's complete, utter, twisted evil that he lets out on the world. And the gaslighting and the manipulation. You're even uglier than I imagine. Cinema. Love Tosen. Love him so much. Is he the most elevated in Can't Fear Your Own World? No, Hisagi would be. But he'd be second. You're even uglier than I imagine when he turns into whatever the fuck he was. The one type of tragic Raycore character. He's so... Yeah. That shit... Oh, that shit... Oh, it is so disgusting and repulsive and heartbreaking. It really sticks with you. It stuck with me. It sticks with me to this day, but after I finished reading it, my god, it's so disturbing. It's so upsetting. And the last in this tier is one half of, definitely, no question about it, the best dynamic in The Wire, Avon Barksdale. Stringer and Avon is the best dynamic in The Wire. Two very much kindred spirits, but who also have an inability to express themselves to one another and an inability to communicate, completely different values. Avon really being for the street, while Stringer constantly aspiring in a way that is just as incompatible. The heartbreak of their final scene together, which is, to me, the best scene in The Wire. Just the density and the nuance and so many unbelievably incredible lines that Avon states, and also the heartfelt elements of the character. He is one of the most heartfelt characters in the series. He is such an incredible character. I adore him. And very strong showing in this. He wasn't quite this high until I talked about him a bit with Fiji. And upon reflection, I think he really deserves it. I think he's around my top 6 or 7 or 8 for The Wire. Maybe 7 or 8. But yeah, that closes out tier 6. That final scene, it's, the best scene. It's the best scene. Number 106 is another old mainstay, L from Death Note. Generational dynamic with light. Really sold. I talk about him a lot in my Death Note videos, which I think have aged quite well. But really, I talk about this all the time. What really sells me about L is his self-awareness of his own monstrosity. And not that he's doing this for justice, or he's doing this because he thinks stopping light is the right thing to do, but as he admits, he is doing this because he wants to win. And how that sentiment is core of the reason that cycles of power, cycles of self-interested power, are fated to be the scourge of humanity for generations to come. Death Note is one of the most nihilistic stories. Not necessarily that it is nihilism in every aspect of it, but its conclusion, it is one of the, let's say, grim. Death Note's conclusion is one of the most grim in any story, which is crazy. I think Death Note is miles more depressing in terms of its ending note than Attack on Titan, Fate Zero. That's why I went back on my initial wording, Thrawn. Code Geass? Oh, it's miles less. It's miles more grim than Code Geass. L opinion? I gotcha. Tokyo Ghoul OG? I think it's more grim than that. Speaking of which, can you believe we're starting Tokyo Ghoul Re in 2 weeks? Prefer the anime or manga overall? I prefer the anime. There are some things that the manga is better at, specifically pacing. I think the anime can go too quick, but I love Araki's direction too much. You are? How is this news? How is this news? I've been talking for months. Tokyo Ghoul Re after Top 100. But yes, for anyone who didn't know, Tokyo Ghoul Re is starting in 2 weeks. I can't wait. I cannot wait. No, I'm just joking around, Leo. Yes, so even if you're not in stream, if you're interested in future streams of mine, I would definitely recommend joining the Discord for whenever streams that you would be interested in could come up. Because I post schedules every week, and when there are new changes, like new games to play or new manga journeys, I'll post that in the announcements and stuff like that. Which ending of Death Note is more nihilistic, in your opinion, the anime or the manga? I'm gonna change the wording from nihilistic to grim. I don't know. I don't actually know. Bob. Oh, Bob. Besides obviously being well written, L is one of the most effortlessly likable and charismatic characters in the entire medium. I agree. He's so enjoyable to just be around, to just have on screen. It's a big part of the reason why everyone says that it completely, the last third of the anime specifically, completely down, just falls off a cliff for a lot of people. I think Chainsaw Man Part 2 has one of the most nihilistic endings. I can see that. I don't know that I view it that way, but I could see why you say that. There's also a lot of light in L, how he wants a friend but feels isolated from the world, and how he's okay giving that up, but the presence of light makes him question if that's really for the best. Yes, and what I love is the anime-only scene, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the washing the feet scene is anime-only, and I think a lot of that is encapsulated in that. That's why there are these little additions and directorial touches that I think are so encapsulating of these characters and the spirit of the story. Elijah. 105, one of the best characters and most shonen and entertaining and bizarre and silly characters in all of Metal Gear Solid, who I really hope there's more of in the future. Revolver Ocelot. I think he's fun in the first game and second game. In the third game, though, oh my god, does this guy ascend. Oh, and I'm really hoping that Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5 have something for me. Or one of them, at least. I definitely disagree with the idea that the anime ruins Death Note. I think that's unfair on a lot of the things that the anime does well. However, it's not perfect. I think the anime is overall great for Death Note. We're men with names. The scene with the guns, oh my god. I don't know if Hannah's still in chat, but whenever Hannah plays Metal Gear Solid, I have no idea how she'll feel about the series, but I do know how she's going to feel about one certain scene. Hello, Hannah. One scene at least I know you'll love. Hello? Whoops. Sorry, I got a little confused. I accidentally revealed the next two of whom are, again, won't talk about each of them much because they've been on this list for years on end, but Ryuji Goda, one of the best characters in Yakuza and Like a Dragon. I think just a bit of a drop due to, kind of similar to Oda, just over time feeling a little, I love him. Before I would die for you. Now I just take a bullet for you, but not necessarily die. You know, I feel a little less comparatively strongly about him compared to previous years, but he's still one of the best characters in Yakuza, and I still sincerely adore him. And he is why Kiwami 2 is as good as it is. If Goda was not in Kiwami 2, and I know this is like a if Chimera Ant wasn't in Hunter x Hunter sort of thing, but just to illustrate how incredible he is, how central he is to everything, to so much of what's good about Kiwami 2. If Goda was not in Kiwami 2, I think it would easily be the worst Yakuza game. He is so good. And I think I have a lot of love for his dynamic with Sayama, as understated as it is. His dynamic with Kiryu is one of my favorite in the series. The fight against him. Oh, I'll never stop loving. Kiwami 2 is such a strange game, but the peaks of it are so peaky because of this guy. Yeah, the aura, the embodiment of old school Yakuza and how Kiryu plays into that. Too true, Terada. I'd make out with someone next to a still warm corpse. So would 2 other characters. Yeah, and then Medion. My daughter. My pure daughter. Infected by genuine nihilism this time. And rescued from it. Yeah, Yakuza is that sort of series, we were. Okay. Oh, guys, we have to do this bet. Oh my gosh, this is such a good bet. We have to. I'm geeking out at this bet. Okay. Oh, I can't believe it happened this way. Emu from One Piece. Or Blackbeard from One Piece. Now, for reference, this is 101 and 102. This is 101 and 102. For reference, last year, they were numbers 137 for Emu and 125 for Blackbeard. Most attractive One Piece character versus guy I don't know from One Piece. I got this in the bag. Hannah! What if I told you Blackbeard was voiced by Akio? What then? What then? What do you do? What do you do? Does the latest chapter affect the placing? Yes. All the way up to 1180. I know. I'm voting for Emu because of your recent tweet. I did tweet about Emu yesterday. So, these are 2 of the most elevated characters in One Piece in the past year. They're probably the 2 most elevated characters in One Piece in general, but also in recent memory. They have made incredible ascensions. Blackbeard a few months ago, Emu much more recently. Who do you think? Who do you think? Who's higher? You guys thought I was joking. I'm not. They are 101 and 102. Remember Jaya and put Blackbeard above Emu, please? I remember Jaya very distinctly. I also remember the amount of unhinged brain rotting I did about Emu yesterday, 1179. So, Dragon got the overall biggest rise. Dragon has a comparable rise for sure. He might be the highest. He's in the conversation for it. I do talk about Blackbeard a lot. Who's more pirate core? Blackbeard. That isn't the question, though. That's the problem. This is really close. It really could be either or here, but I'm going to go with Blackbeard. Coin flip decision. Struggler says, I believe in the world government. Interesting. Let me just do a little screen. I went against my gut and voted Emu. So there is a caveat to this. There's a caveat to this, but finish your voting. This is a cool one. I was so glad when these 2 ended up next to each other. I couldn't believe it. You made a video on Blackbeard and Rocks, but you also did a whole ass stream on Emu. I'm also making a video on Emu. Like, as we speak, there's a video being made on Emu. It's a donation goal. Active Emu vid. Yep. It's a donation goal currently. Here, let me show you. Oh, shoot. Oh, God, what did I just pinned someone saying fuck. Bunger! Here we go. Here it is. Here. Emu. A video on Emu from One Piece. 9.5%. Remember, if you have banked subs, you can just toss them in there. Keep it pinned. But yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm scared I'm going to spoil. Okay. So the answer is... Oh, wait, let's see the votes first. 57% say Emu, 43% say Blackbeard. The answer is... Emu. Now, having said this, if I had to give a guess on the character I'm most confident in that will be higher of these two, I think these two both have a shot at being top 5 in the series. But if I had to... Never voting for Akio? I'm so sorry. You gotta vote for hotness. If I had to say which character I'm more confident will be higher at the end of the series, for me it's Blackbeard. I think Blackbeard, I'd be more confident in Blackbeard being ahead of Emu by the end of the series. But right now, Emu ever so slightly ahead. Ever so slightly ahead. Congrats to everyone who picked the hot one. They are absolutely neck and neck. Like, look at this. They're next to each other in my top 100 Antags. What was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say. I forgot. Hey, False Killer. Yeah, we're right in the middle of it. Did Akainu make honorable mentions? Yes. Yes. And here we go. Into the top 100. I have meant to say something else, but I've just forgotten it. Whatever. We're into the top 100. Proper. That's funny, Simba. Yeah, but for the right now, just about Emu. And look at this. Look at these rises. 23 for Blackbeard. And he hasn't even been present properly. Just through indirect stuff with Rox and his childhood and the idea of dreams. I talked about it in my video on Rox and Blackbeard. And then Emu, 36. Oh yeah, someone asked a question. Someone asked a question that I want to answer. Oh, Jellytack asked, would Emu still be 101 if you did this before the last few chapters? No. Emu would be 120, 125 before 1179. One chapter changed so much. Well, yeah, one chapter changed a lot. Number 100. I don't actually remember who number 100 is, so we're finding out together. Oh yes, I remember now. Ogi Oshino from Monogatari. Absolutely beautiful character. Lots of incredible dynamic with Araragi that informs you about so many different things. Deceptively emotional as a concept and as a character. One of the best characters in Monogatari. Well worthy of being in the top 100. And the character to start it off. I love Ogi. But actually recently I've kind of figured out that I like... Ogi's been ahead of Araragi for me in my Monogatari ranking. I've actually recently discovered I prefer Araragi now. So that's cool. Owari is incredible. Me too, Elijah. Doflamingo as well. My goat. And then, oh, we have some... I actually... This is one of my favorite tiers. This is one of my favorite tiers because of all the fun. There's so many fun characters and fun additions and rises in this tier. Ogi is goated. And here's one. Painted Renoir from Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I think I'm one of this guy's biggest shooters. This guy's psychology is endlessly complex to me. He is absolutely written like a Hunter x Hunter, Togashi-esque, Ishikawa-esque, completely paradoxical, trapped, imprisoned psychology. Contradictory in some ways, yearning, very emotional. He's got insane aura with his, just the presence he has throughout the first 2 acts of the game. But then once you understand his psychological situation, and what's been imposed on him, and the ways he can and can't act, and his dynamic with Renoir, and Verso, and his family, and embodying certain elements of the Descendres, and which part is me, which part isn't. Lots of the complexity associated with Verso. He is more complex than I think people give him credit for, but nonetheless, he's just top to bottom very emotional, inspires lots of thought, great dynamics all over the place, incredible presence, incredible fight. Oh, if killing you means losing you. I love Painted Renoir. He's so good. I love them too. Oof. The OST. Oof. I love this character. I love him. And I did a video about him too. So if you want a proper extrapolation, Sarah's just linked it there too. Is Renoir made for me? I don't know. One way to find out. One way to find out. Yeah, the OST in his fight. It still unlocks everyone. Is this inappropriate for number 98? No, it's not. His relationship with Painted Alicia, very, very good. He also has some of the best lines. I think, Elijah, I think he'd be one of your favorite characters. I don't know if he'd be, like, super the most for you ever, but I think you'd really dig it. He's got such a complex psychology. Okay, let me find some appropriate music for the next one. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. Let's do this one. Oh, it has one of the best OSTs in gaming for me, Lightning Hunter. Me When the Renoir's Painted. You're number 99. Number 98. It's funny, because the music for this character could both be one of the most devastating, evil, ominous tracks ever, and a goofy, silly time, because number 98 is someone who was just recently, through a lot of reflection, but also through very recent stuff, elevated a lot. Mahito from Jujutsu Kaisen. That is including Modulo, which elevates him pretty significantly through what we get with him and Yuji and what he represents. And this guy, I still feel like, even though I've risen him a lot, even though I have a video on him, even though I've gushed about him for so much in my streams for Modulo, I still feel like there's more appreciation to come for him. Like, this guy gets better every year. Good God. Oh, did you call it, Raph? Mahito's best content? Some of it. I wouldn't say it's his best. I think Shibuya is Mahito at his peak. Or even like the last panel, or the last stuff in JJK, his conclusion. Oh God, he is the best. I've recently discovered just how high he is for me. Like, once I laid out the ranking, he is just the best, man. He's so good. Is Mahito a thematic diff, you think? I don't know what thematic diff means. I don't know what you mean by that, Andres. If you mean it's like, is he incredible thematically? He's one of the best in Jujutsu Kaisen thematically. Oh, and then him, the continuity, like Chero's talking about, the continuity of him remaining in that realm. Evil incarnate, but nailed into that. Limited by that. Unable to grow, stagnant. What a character. Oh, Mahito's so good. Do you think a lot of the appeal of the character is his thematic role versus any other aspect of the character? His thematic role and the specific reasons why he acts the way he does. And how dense and rich and, in some ways, low-key sympathetic that is. And then his dynamic with Yuji. So that's one of the big reasons for it, but it's not limited to that. Let me know if it would be valid to consider Renoir as a single character. What do you mean? Valid? Yeah, I guess so. I don't want to say it's invalid to think of him that way. Because who am I to judge what validity even means? And I think I understand why you would judge him as the same character, but for me, I pretty strongly disagree that they are the same character, Tom. I pretty strongly disagree that they're the same. But I think it's valid to think that, to feel that way. A lot of them, Andres, yeah. '97, another really fun, really complex character. To me, the third best in Nana, Takumi Ichinose, scum of the earth. Scum of the earth, but really complex with lots of childhood trauma embedded in his psychology. Really, like, you don't know what to make of him from one scene to another, but also absolute total scum. And I love Takumi so much. He's gone up. He's gone up. Well worth, well deserved. Was he 101 before? Yeah, he was 101. Throw hands with him? Oh, me too. Mahito's all of humanity's worst urges and pettiness left to fester, and so he gets surgically detached like a tumor and fixes the curse left on society by Yuji. Yeah, all the allegories you can use for him in that way. No, DK, I didn't see anything about the Modulo volume cover. I don't get him, but I like him. I don't know that I get him fully, but I love him. I hate him, I love him, I hate him, I love him. Real. I don't think he gets him. I don't think so either. His relationship with Reira is so good, too. Yeah, this is one of my favorite tiers in this list. It's such a fun tier. Do you guys want to do another bet between two new entries? Oh, sorry, the music player's broken again. Between two new entries? I think that could be fun. Sorry. Soga and someone? Soga and another one? Soga and Diego? Stringer? Amon? Spoiler question. Okay, I won't read it out loud then, Greenpool, but I'll read it. Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna lie to you, Greenfool. I don't know what you are asking. I think my brain's a bit too mushy. Painted Renoir is the indirect. Oh, yes, I get what you mean. I don't think I think of him in that way, Greenfool. I think of them as very unrelated, in terms of their narrative role in that way. And I think I think they're obviously inextricably linked, and a lot of why Painted Renoir is the way he is because of who Renoir is. But I don't think they actually build off of one another in terms of their role in that way. But I could understand you feeling that way for sure. True Man's World? Ringo is the Moria of 2023? What does that mean? Okay, here we go. Amon from Tokyo Ghoul. Or Akimura Soga from Kagurabachi. My favorite character in Tokyo Ghoul versus my second favorite character in Kagurabachi. Soga low? What? What are you saying, Rav? This is incredibly strong. Well, what does that mean? What? Soga over Mahito surprised me. Honestly, the way that Soga wields the medium, the presentation of Soga he is one of the best presented characters in any manga I've ever seen, and that's the way that correlates with the substance of the character and his sheer just world-shifting weight. It does so much for me. So much. One of my favorite stream moments ever was when Soga was introduced and chat started spamming King Von. And both you and the mods didn't know who that was. I'm glad that's one of your favorite moments, Red One, because that's one of my least favorites. My least favorite moment of every Kagurabachi stream is when they meme. I can't stand it. Here we go. Who's higher? Soga or Amon? People waited for Mori's appearance until they were making jokes that he'll be in Tier 1. I see. I don't even remember that. We had a literal god wielding the medium to his ends. Some of the most abstract, visceral use of the medium I've ever seen, and incredible writing, deliberate writing of someone who I think is in really interesting psychology and a very important message about fascism, oppression, those sorts of ideals and how they come to be, versus an incredibly intimate, emotional, beautiful dichotomy with Kaneki, who is likewise, I think, molded to think in the way he does by his ideal of justice, but slowly comes to realize certain things about Kaneki, and maybe I don't feel this way. Maybe there's another way for me. Okay, let's see. I'm positively surprised that Amon's that close to Soga. I adore Amon. My favorite character in Tokyo Ghoul as of right now. Okay, let's see. The 73% say Amon. 27% say Soga. The answer is, by a hair, Kotaro Amon. Now, by this time next year, when I read Tokyo Ghoul Re, will that be the case? With more chapters of Kagurabachi, will that be the case? I think this is going to change a lot. Honestly, I could see Amon not being an antagonist anymore by this time next year. But for right now, that's where we are. And also, I feel like Tokyo Ghoul's trying to make me fear that Amon is in mortal peril, but I don't buy it. I don't buy it. By virtue of him not being alive, right on cue. No, I don't buy it. AJ saying this for dead characters killed me. I don't buy it. I thought you might like Soga more than Diego or maybe FV. Interesting. Maybe I do. Maybe they're not on the list. The thing is, in seriousness, Raph, I think in terms of writing substance, in presentation, Soga has it on lock. But in terms of writing and depth and breadth of the character, I think Diego and Funny Valentine, since you mentioned those two, have a decent bit more. Yeah, and Steel Ball Run's complete. Yeah. I think we've kind of just scratched the surface of Soga. So sorry, let me give you your points. Congrats. Love these new entries. I love both of these. Diego versus Funny Bet. I'm drowning in waffles, suffering from success. 94. Soga has tons of room for elevation, so does Amon. But I really feel like Amon might not be an antagonist by this time next year. Well, we'll see. You think Diego and Funny Valentine 88-89? Interesting. Victor Arcane 94. Bit of a drop. Still, nonetheless, I think in my series rankings, Victor has gone below Echo. I think he's gone below Echo. I just love heroes, man. But still one of the best characters in Arcane. Incredibly tragic, complex psychology, and the best dynamic with Victor to me. My favorite dynamic. I forgot I could vote. You can. I'll give you another one. I'll vote for Diego anyway. That's assuming there is a vote. Yeah, with Jace, yep. In the pursuit of good. It's true, Abe. He's all about human emotions and being detached from that. And being inhuman to avoid one's weaknesses or blemishes. We lost our dream. Oh no, Quicksilver. Well, there'll be another chance to resist. Ooh. I could do another bet right away, but I'm not going to. We've been doing a lot of bets lately. 93, one of my favorite characters in One Piece, shonen to the core. One of the best fights in One Piece, like top 3 at the very least. Maybe my favorite. Charlotte Katakuri, such an amazing example of a character characterized through subtext, through getting to know him through a fight, with one of my favorite dynamics subtextually with Luffy through the mochi versus the rubber, Luffy covering his face, him hiding elements of himself, and then embodying them through his fight with Luffy in such an embrace yourself way. For sure, Lolo. Statistically, for sure. Doflamingo's a better character, but I think Katakuri's my favorite as an antagonist to Luffy specifically. If we're using it like that, I definitely see that, and I probably agree, actually. Subtext does become text, I agree with that. Katakuri's the best thing about Whole Cake Island? He might be. Him or the Sanji stuff? Big Mom's also so good in that. Yeah, Katakuri and Luffy have a more intimate foil, for sure. Number 92. Oh, I know, Chero. Slamming his head on the floor to not land on his back. I want to reread that fight. 92. Solf, a constant, a legacy pick. The GOAT, Solf J. Kimbley, one of my favorite characters in FMAB, and a huge reason why so much of the story works in general. A jester to the end, a thematic foundation, a choir, in some ways. More a jester than a choir, but you know. And just super to my taste, in terms of presentation and demeanor. I love Kimbley. You have Kimbley over Bradley? Yeah, always have. It's close, but Kimbley over Bradley. Do you think we'll see Katakuri again in the future? I'm sure we will, even if it's just small. He's very entertaining. His last act in the narrative is one of extreme petty rawness. Yeah, his conclusion's so good. Yup, exactly, Time Lord. And how his Katakuri's powers mold, but Luffy's bounce. You know? The bounce back ability of them. This is one of the old legacy picks. Same with this one, actually. Aomine Daiki. Two characters I've made videos about both of them. Always has been my favorite character in Kuroko no Basuke. Still is to this day. Complete legend and the most Togashi character in Kuroko no Basuke. You can really see the Togashi advisory role through the parallels with Aomine and Netedo, the loneliness of the strongest, the loneliness of strength, and how he reinvigorates his love for the game. My favorite stuff in all of Kuroko. I do have an old Kimbley video, 9 years old. Aomine video, similarly old. The Kimbley video is one of my most watched ones. Micah Bell top 90 officially? You think so? The first one you watched? That one was really important. And what better music for number 90 for this character? Seri Donihi. Seri. The character who everyone tells me I'm pronouncing wrong and should be calling Saraidnik from Hunter x Hunter. Talked about this guy for years, made a video about this guy. Sky's the limit with him. Dynamics with like every major antagonist and sometimes even not necessarily just the antagonist, just characters in general, but specifically with Meruem, Crollo, Hisoka, Jozu. We've reached a point where I want him. Well, wow. I want more of him in the story. I think the most overtly evil the most overtly evil character in Hunter x Hunter, one of the most despicable, like no holds barred. Yes, this guy is scum of the earth evil, but with such insane, scary potential, such a terrifying Nen Beast, dynamics that are so fascinating with the Phantom Troop and with Kurapika and the eyes and Morena. I just can't. One of the biggest hooks for me going forward is his role in the Succession War. But even still, Even still, he is a phenomenal character on his own. Came up pretty strong there. Freudian slip. I want him. Yeah, he's my favorite prince. Hulkenberg's close. I like Benjamin a lot. I like Camilla a lot. Early prediction, Ginjo Bleach, number 81. I am useful trash. I am. Damn, if you're right about that, Morbus Kid, you could have immortalized it with a forum prediction. But we'll see. Ginjo was 75 last year. Takasugi somewhere around 50 or 60. Last year he was 56. So if he's around the same, that would be accurate. 89? No introduction needed. One of the most iconic movie villains, but characters in general. The Joker from The Dark Knight. I need to rewatch it. I haven't rewatched it in a few years, I think. And then to round off this tier, that's tier 5. Yeah, The Dark Knight, I keep thinking about it and going, is this one of those movies that kind of falls off for me? It never does. It's so unbelievable. Neferpito Hunter x Hunter, a low-key rise, to round out tier 5. Say one nice thing about Joaquin Phoenix's Joker? The scene in The Joker where the music crescendos and he puts the paint on, the smile, gave me chills in The Joker. Bad placement, little ant. Oh yes, Glyers. Where was Kabuto last year? Where was Kabuto? I don't see him. 83. Tier 5, 83. It's just enthralling. It's just enthralling, Chero. I totally agree. The Batman or The Dark Knight? The Dark Knight. I have seen The Batman, yeah. It's very good. Tokinada was an honorable mention, yeah. What a Deltarune OST for... Is number 87 a Deltarune character? No, it's not. But what number 87 is one of my biggest joys from this year. I am head over heels for this character. I love dissecting elements of their psychology, why they are the way they are, their dynamics with other characters, and how they evolve throughout the story, and Colonel Blue, specifically what they represent and how archetypal and deep and profound that is. And that is Micah Bell from Red Dead Redemption 2. I am so delighted that I love this character that much. When he started, I'm like, man, this is a wonderfully voiced character, deliciously dark, evil character that's just fun to hate. But the more the story goes on, the more I realize, no, he's far more than that. He has incredible substance. He represents something so fundamental and important. He represents the monster, the wolf, and how eternal that is. What Arthur is fighting against. I talked about this. I talked about Micah more than any other character, I think, in my Red Dead 2 video that I put out, like last month or whenever that was. Yeah, and then the little touches. His relationship with his brother, and what that says about succumbing to human darkness. His relationship with his father, and what that says about the inherited, conditioned evil, generationally. One of the best voiced characters I've ever seen. Just so overtly hateable. He is disgusting. And I love him. Is he still number 4 in the character ranking? Yes. And he brought Cleet. He is a horrifying character. And he brought forth Cleet Nation. Micah Bell is sometimes with new entries, I lowball a little bit. Because I go, okay, I just finished Red Dead 2 a few months ago. Let's see how it ages over the next year. He's someone I could see rising, for sure. But I put him here at the absolute minimum. He means so much to me. I love him. And it's great, because at the beginning I'm like, I don't know that... I think I'll really like him. I think I'll find him lots of fun. No, he is an incredibly rich character. Do I think that he is insistent on his own evil? What do you mean by that? Like... that he forces it? Or like he believes it to be the truth of the world and so it's something he enforces to others? Or... he insists. Oh, Dutch. And let's not talk about Dutch. Yet. He tries to be comically evil in order to prove what he thinks of the world, or in order to not face vulnerability. This might be what you meant by him being archetypal. No. I actually think the opposite. You could check out the video I made about Red Dead 2, Sebastian, if you're interested on a full elaboration, but I think it's effortless for him to represent archetypally what he represents. I don't think he tries. I don't think he forces anything. I think he's incredibly secure. I don't think there's any forcing. I don't think he tries to avoid facing vulnerability. I think he just believes the thing he says very simply. I think he's the anti-Dutch, the anti-Eisen. I think he genuinely is totally secure with everything that he is. He's an incarnation of timeless evil, but also a man who sometimes feels the temptation to connect with others, with his brother, with Arthur, and even the girls at camp. That's true. He does, to some degree, see value outside of utility in certain relationships. There's admiration. There's admiration. But my God, when he started making fun of Arthur, fuck off, you piece of absolute shit. Oh, I love him. Give me a character to despise with immense depth, and I'm there. I think he longs for connection. I think so too. I think he values connection outside of utility, like I said. And there's a moment in the final scene where he just goes, Dutch, come on! Come on! Like, that is clearly him wanting something there. But in terms of his ideals about what the world is, never seen anyone more secure. Who angered me more in the story, Dutch or Micah? Micah. Micah would just... I'd just be vibing, and then Micah would come out with some disgusting comment about Abigail or something. I'm just like, you absolute scum. At some point he says he'd like a friend, but he doesn't see it happening. And that's another thing I love about him, the self-awareness. He is so self-aware of what he is. Do you think he sees Dutch as somewhat of a father figure or wanting him to be one? I think he definitely conflates elements of his father with Dutch. But then the more the story goes on, I think he becomes his father. I think it reverses itself in a really fascinating way. He becomes what his father was to him, to Dutch in a way. But I think he sees himself as Dutch's son in a way as well. Yes, me too, Sebastian. It reminds me of Ryunosuke and Caster from Fate Zero a little bit. What's up, Buzanik? Yeah, him shrugging at the end, just like, well, it is what it is. He's perfect. He is a perfect character. Is there a single flaw? No, everything's perfect. I want to see Dutch's ranking so bad. Well, he hasn't been said yet. So either he's not on the list or he's in the top 86. The Way of the World. I'm a survivor. Oh yeah, Red Dead 2 pissed me off a lot. In a lovable way. Or maybe I forgot to put Dutch in honorable mentions? Maybe. Dutch top 15? We'll see one way or another by Wednesday. But as for now, just under Eisen. The greatest cool. Dutch is my favorite character in Red Dead 2? Yes. That, at least as of the end of the streams, I said he was my favorite. It is, Andres. What you told me about your emotional connection with that song was crazy to me, but I also love it. Cleet and Joe showing up, and I was bamboozled. I was flabbergasted. I spent half an hour just looking at Cleet and Joe and be like, what are you? That was one of my favorite streams. We mentioned this character, Bill saying, hey, oh my god, when Bill goes, hey, Cleet, I lost my shit. I lost my shit. Like, Bill acknowledging that this was a real person in our camp made me lose it. Like, Bill, you're clearly on the dark side now. Time for Stringer Bell? We got the... Oh, don't remind me, Paladin! Oh my god, I disgraced myself. 86, we just talked about this character, actually. One of the... At least from what I've seen... Well, no, in my circles, not underrated, but from what I've heard, most underrated characters in Naruto. One of the best characters, one of the most fascinating psychologies, one of the most interesting and rich dynamics with Orochimaru. And one of the most, I think, disturbing characters to me. Who kind of snuck up on me as a character who I was just like, yeah, they're fine. Into, oh my god, this character's really incredibly good. Yakushi Kabuto. With the man with no identity, void, blank. He does sneak up on you. Yeah, in a section of the story where identity is really dwelt upon a lot. The Joe Sawashiro of Naruto. In a way, yeah. Curious if Hannah will love him. I think she thinks he's cool. Like, I think she thinks he's pretty cool. So far. I'm glad Morbus Kid. It was really great to understand what Kabuto was all about. Oh, thank you, Sebastian. Trust me, I've had practice. With the amount of times I say it. Number 85. I know, I'm the same, Praxi. Some of these characters, I don't know their full name. Cersei Lannister. Feast for Crows with Cersei is the downward spiral of legend. Minus 30 is crazy, ouch. It is a drop. I won't repeat what I said about minus 20 not being a drop. A Feast for Crows is, I think, if I were to rank the books, A Feast for Crows is my 4th favorite, but they're all 10 out of 10 at least. And Cersei's a huge part of why I love A Feast for Crows. I think A Feast for Crows has the best prose in the whole series. But Cersei, I don't like her in the live action. She's your favorite? Oh, that's great. My favorite is Storm of Swords. Dance with Dragons is my 2nd. Game of Thrones, Feast for Crows, Clash of Kings. Reading her chapters in A Feast for Crows and realizing Tyrion was the least funny Lannister point of view made me a bit sad. She is very dark. Her chapters are kind of a black comedy. Yeah, and what I love with what the quote Sebastian, just gave, is there are some big, very direct foils and parallels with Sansa and Cersei. Cersei and her have big commonalities and I think elements of who they were as a child, and complete divergences, and it makes their interactions so juicy and loaded. First Law? What's First Law? Oh, it's a book trilogy? I see. Joe Abercrombie. I see. Oh, she's incredibly anxious. Number 84. Togashi vibes? Damn. I'm really... Stuff like that makes me really interested for when I reread Lolo. I wonder if that'll captivate me emotionally. If she's a point-of-view character, how come she's an antag and not a protag? Because she's thematically antagonistic, and that is the overall resonance of her character. That is the defining resonance of her character. Number 84? First Law is pessimistic. Interesting. That's what some people say about Hunter x Hunter. People say that Togashi's genuinely doesn't believe in people at all. So that's another parallel, maybe. Okay, number 84. An incredible rise. Isho Arakawa from Akane Banashi. By far my 2nd favorite character. Sometimes competes for number 1, but overall 2nd favorite, with the best dynamic in all of Akane Banashi, who has gone up 52 spots. Now, and can only be helped by the anime adaptation, by being voiced by the GOAT. I cannot say enough good about this character. This year was the year I fell head over heels in love with him, and I really don't see it stopping. I am so excited for where he's to go in the series, and a lot of you guys who are not caught up with the series, either with the anime, either you're watching the anime or maybe you're not up to date with the manga, God, you have so much in store. This is, he's already like a modern shonen great. He should be spoken, the likes of Sukuna, the likes of, Akane's last name, yes, Andres. The biggest upscale so far? Yes. Yeah, the dynamic with Shiguma is incredible. A lot of elements of his backstory that you learn, which I won't expand upon. Please read Akane Banashi, please. I rarely do blanket recommendations, but I will for this one. I do it every year. Just do it. Trish was mentioning earlier about Isho. Well, here we go. Up 52. One of the biggest rises in the history of these lists. 83. We were talking about him earlier. The other half of the Kurusu dynamic, Hirose. Not really, Andres. Names work through sort of families and mentorship in Rakugo. In Rakugo stories, names don't work the same way. One more thing about Isho Arakawa, by the way, he's very Washijo. Isho and Akane is super Washijo and Hinata from Haikyuu. Hey, Rogers. Maybe I need to check it out. Maybe. Hirose is... I already talked about how heartbreaking the character is, but how beautifully the actor sold the character, and being a character completely stuck in time, reverting to childhood, and seeing just how much conditioning Kurusu has done on him was sublime, so shocking, so emotional, and how that element of fatherhood and connection transmits to the Hirose boys, and how much he genuinely loves them. Oh, that stream of Yakuza 6. And then how it intersects with Kiryu. I know, I can't kill, but Dad, I can't, oh. I've read My Hero Academia, yes. There were plenty of My Hero Academia characters in the honorable mentions. Shigaraki, Toga, Dabi, Twice, Gentle. Where would Samura be if he was still an antagonist? Around here, around 90 or so. Somei has been mentioned, yes. Oh shit, I just realized something about myself. AJ, please remind me, mind Isho's prediction? Oh, I don't know, Gasanov. I don't have it in front of me. I could try to look really quick. But, there have been 50 predictions. So I don't know that I'd be able to go through them all. Oh, okay, I just found you. Okay, we're in luck. Isho Arakawa is everything I think about lately, so 40 plus places and top 100 for this sick man. You cooked. 40 plus, 50 plus. That was a great prediction. Yeah, sorry. Something I've realized about myself just now is actually, thank you, D, Victor is below, I just realized this, is below Ambessa in my arcane rankings. Holy shit! I guess he's below Echo and Ambessa. Yeah, Ambessa is one of the most perfect characters in Arcane. I really see no flaws with her execution. She has, and in a season 2, which is full of flaws and full of even with elements of like Victor and Vi and Caitlyn and maybe not Jinx or Jace for me, but a lot of characters have very flawed execution. Ambessa is the most pristine character, with such an immensely layered, dense, complex psychology that I find so fascinating. Thank you, Sarah. That's another I made a video about. She is defined by fear, and the way that transmits or otherwise to her daughter, to Mel, and the way Mel deals with that, and the way she deals with Mel dealing with it, it's so good. Yeah, Victor dropped to 94, so he's below Ambessa. Top 5 characters defined by fear. Ambessa. I was gonna say Dutch, but Emu's without a doubt Emu. Yuhabaha 2? Holy shit. Asnode? Yeah! Oh my gosh. I was gonna say Aaron. I don't think he's defined... I think fear is a factor, but I don't think he's defined by it. Cersei as well. Yup. Oh. And then 81. Speaking of basically characters that are executed essentially perfectly with very few or little flaws at all, but less screen time than their counterparts, maybe. Dahlia Hawthorne. Whoa. I haven't thought about Dahlia in a while, Soul Samurai. I gotta think about that one. Fear of himself? Yes. Yes, and fear of himself, fear of what he's capable of, but also fear of loss and stimulated by fear. Oppression, yeah, powerlessness. Oh, me too, Abe. There's a lot of examples of that. I miss Seti, but I love him. He's the most evil character in the human history. He's literally the devil in human form, and also hot. And also, I tried reading the chapter with his technique explanation, and while hammered, and almost threw up. I would throw up too if I was hammered. Good effort, Mel. Other Ace Attorney characters defined by fear. I didn't expect it either. I literally just learned that now, Buzanik. But anyway, speaking of the characters in that vein, Toji Zenin. God, Toji ages so well. Consistently one of the best characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. He's so... I've been saying this all stream today, but good God is he rich. So efficient. Toji and Mbessa would be awesome at parenting together. They'd be great. He left it all behind. The other side of the other haunting specter, along with Maki. The wish for a better life for Megumi. What's your last name? The way he is this haunting ghost, this karmic ghost. His attitude towards Gojo, how his legacy is so interestingly celebrated by Naoya. He is broke, true. He is broke. Unbelievable character. I love how Toji tried to leave the system but ultimately returning, how Heavenly Restriction almost works as a defiance of fate, and how Megumi leaving the system after JJK shows how Toji's dream was realized. It is beautiful. If he couldn't do it, at least his legacy could. Even if he isn't emotionally connected to him, at least part of him in a way could. And yeah, there are tons of inherent contradictions in him that just make you wonder and go, good God, what is that? Is Sukuna in the 40s? Do you think I'll tell you that instead of count up to it? I can't tell you. Just wait. We'll get there. We'll get there. We've had 3 -1s in a row. Yeah, Naoya loved the legacy of Toji Zenin, the misrepresentative legacy of Toji Zenin, but not the actual core man himself. Who was added and moved them down by 1? Spoiler alert, there is new additions above this. Right, struggler. Yeah, and that's a huge part of why Naoya is important, in addition to everything else. Naoya being so fond of a man cast out by the values he mostly upholds is very cool. That in itself is such an interesting contradiction. I remember when I first read that from Naoya, I had to like double take. Wait, this guy adores Toji? This guy adores the strength that Toji did in defiance against the order that Naoya represents? Like, that is so interesting. It's interesting for both of them. Also, the fact that Kenjaku thinks that Toji and his heavenly restriction were the only thing able to disrupt fate and stop Tengen's merging with the vessel, when Riko actually decided against merging. True! Toji wasn't able to change anything at all. Yeah, you want an example of why Naoya is lost? The people that Naoya looks up to are two of the most trapped, lonely people in the story, like Andra says. They are completely bereft. Sorry, just eating a little mango. Another -1. I don't know if this guy's my second favorite character in Ace Attorney anymore, but he's top 5. It is a rise. It is a rise. Ophi! Herlock's still top 1. Herlock is my favorite character in Ace Attorney both games, but honestly, Ryunosuke is now up there. Kazuma's now up there. So I can't say for certain Godot is my second favorite character in Ace Attorney. He's in the conversation for it, though. Susato's up there. He's in the conversation for it, though. And he's absolutely the best character in the original trilogy. He went up and down at the same time. Just up. Well, okay, technically, he was 79, now he's 80, but yeah, no. Hot take, greatest attorney character is good. So good, it honestly makes me sick. It honestly makes me sick. And in addition to this guy... Oh, what a banger. Oh. This is going to be muted, whatever. Let's let it get muted. Yes, he is. He hits in every level, emotionally, thematically, using the medium in really interesting ways. The really clever way that the case uses the red. The dynamic with Mia, right? Oh. But with him, I love that too, Sebastian. A lot of these characters are characters that we discover together. With him is the character that's been by his side in these lists, who is built like him in a lot of ways. Archer, Fate Stay Night. One of the best characters in Fate, one of the best characters in the original visual novel, in all 3 routes, one of the best dynamics with Shiro, maybe the best. They are very alike. They got similar vibes, and they both... Look at all these -1s. Look at all these low-key rises. The greatest. The sheer fact... You know how unbelievable Shiro is? Archer looks at Shiro, and he just goes... What even are you? What even are you? It confounds me that you can think the way you do. And that in that way, the antagonist is a bit of an audience insert. It's like, yeah, he's cooking. How does he do this? But then the way that Shiro almost brute forces, the profundity and simplicity of his ideals, and how that Archer has just like nothing left to say to it by the end. But yet he defies that because of his experiences that can likewise, there's such a richness in Shiro wanting to validate the experiences of those who have suffered against Archer, who validates his own suffering through what he says to Shiro. It's like a mirror reflection. One of them, Guncharos. Can you keep up? Oh my god. Is Toji my favorite character in JJK? No, it is either Gojo or Yuji. Right, Sebastian? Rated dynamic, Archer and Kiritsugu? Strong S. Okay. '78. Gileath Osborne Trails. Maybe very close, like one of the collection of 4 or 5 Trails characters that are in the conversation of my favorite in the whole series. Not quite my favorite, but in for a shout for top 3, definitely top 4 or 5. A huge part of the reason that Cold Steel 4 I look back on fondly, just an incredible journey, very interesting, very compelling and engaging, keeps you guessing, aura farming sort of character that recontextualizes himself 7 times before the end, and by the end, is incredibly emotional. One of the Archer and Kide back-to-back, yeah, just like last year too. And multiple games of build-up, just unbelievable character. And it stayed relatively strong for me. He's aged well. Sorry, Tom. Do I have a number I want to get to today? I want to get to halfway. I'm gonna finish the tier. I'm gonna at least finish this tier. Any bets in the near future? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, 75, 76. We'll do that one. But 77 is Gustavo Fring. He had a big drop last year. He had a standard drop, no drop internally. 10 spots, not bad. Got a video on him, one of the better characters in the entire universe. Elevated by Better Call Saul, fantastic dynamic with Waltz, just all around legendary television character whom I love very, very deeply. How low will your floor be? 77. I don't know. Mine too, Moonless. Mine too. Has the Calvard arc as an antagonist for you? Does the Calvard arc have an antagonist that could be up there with Osborne? Definitely not. No one's close to Osborne. Honorable mention by 2030? We'll see. Maybe. And that would still be a compliment. 75 and 76. I think the last bet of the day, probably. But let's do it. Yes, one of my favorite things about Gus is how him and Walt are very similar. They are very similar. But also another one of my favorite things about it is how different they are, and how Gus preys upon those differences initially, and then is kind of... He preys upon those differences initially, and is kind of victim to them by the end. Because, yeah, they hate that they're similar, and Walt is able to get at him because he understands him so intimately. I believe in you, Simba. You can do it. But I love how Gus preys upon Walt's toxic masculinity idea. Or, I need to be a man. What does a man do? A man provides. And Walt eats that shit up. And you know Gus doesn't give a shit about that. I do not believe we are similar at all, Mr. White. What a line. Okay. Kugo Ginjo from Bleach. Or Suguru Geto from Jujutsu Kaisen. For reference, last year, Geto 74, Ginjo 75. This year, they're 75 and 76 in some order. Surely Bleach will win this time? You think? I'll give you guys 2 minutes. Which character is higher? Ginjo and Geto. They're very comparable characters to me. They're characters that I think are so impressive for the amount of screen time they have. So unbelievably rich. I think Ginjo makes me more emotional in a, oh my god, kindred spirits with Ichigo. Ichigo is saving him through not invalidating his suffering and not decrying him or saying he's invalid, accepting and understanding his pain, but also just going a different way. And Ichigo shows him hope because of that. And also he's in Can't Fear Your Own World, which is really fun. Ginjo emotionally strikes me in a Geto devastates me emotionally. There's much less hope and happy tears with Geto, and much more just one of the most authentic, rich, realistic depictions of a downward spiral and just an accumulation of so many things that built up that just led to this downfall, and how tragic all of it is. There was Yuki's talk with him. There was Gojo being sent on all these missions and that isolation. There was just the constant consuming of curses. It's like you can't pinpoint any one thing. It was an accumulation of all of it. And by the end, it's not like he went insane. It's that he just decided, this is what the world is, and this is how I'm going to combat this. He's so good. So yeah. Ginjo has the Alley of Silence tax. Geto has the JJK adaptation tax. Let's see. Just put some sauce on the curses. Okay. 64% say Geto. 36% say Gojo. Ginjo. The answer is Shaw's tweet, Ophi? Was that Shaw's tweet? I think it was. Something like that. The answer is Geto. Just like last year, Geto ahead just. Yeah, Shaw cooked. Congratulations, Geto Nation. I'm on my knees. There'll be so many more bets, don't worry. We got 74 more characters. And once we get to the final, last 4 or 5 or whatever, we'll do a countdown. My top one of JJK. I think I came to terms with him being 5th for me? 4th or 5th? 2.7 million? Goodness gracious. Greatest JJK character? Is he your top one too, Sarah? It's a great take. It's a great take. I love Geto. Oh, the song. Each your favorite? Amazing. Okay. I don't know if it's important to note, but I really love that Gege-based Geto off of Sensui from Togashi Yu Hakusho. You can see a lot in terms of the way they view humanity. Yeah, we're now officially more than halfway done the list. Damn, it's been a journey. It's been a journey, almost 5 hours already. Number 74, Kong Wenga. And -2 is an elevation. My second favorite character in Ping Pong the animation, and the most emotional. By far, Kong is the most emotional character. He might be my favorite, actually. So, some days he's my favorite. Kong is the most emotional character in Ping Pong, without a doubt. His yearning for home, those shots of him looking at the airplane, him finding a family in a new country, in a scary new country, with these beautiful people who sing who sing at Christmas with him while his mom bakes for everyone. Like, oh my god. Holy shit. Never fails to make me so emotional. Thank you, Fiji! True, Hannah. They're right next to each other. Ginjo, our Alley of Silence goat. What's up, Fiji? Thank you very much for the tier 2 for 50 months, the big 5-0. Thank you so much, Fiji. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great weekend. I think Dragon might be my favorite in how unique his loneliness and camaraderie is, but calling in the airplane and winning with the team competition just makes me emotional. Yeah, I like Dragon a lot. He was earlier in the list. He was just missed out. I really, really like Dragon, but Kong just hits. Man. He hits that extra bit. The emotionality there is just applies to me a bit more, I think. The next part is Wednesday. Yep. We're getting towards the end, but I want to finish this tier, and we'll see past that. We'll see. I will endlessly relate to him missing home and watching planes. Whenever I drive past the airport, I feel it so deeply. Not being in your home country for so long and the strangeness of living somewhere else is so close to my heart. And Geto has depression just like me. Hannah, let's talk after stream. No, both characters cover elements, I think, that are so incredibly intimate and real and raw. Like, Ping Pong, the animation, to me, is one of the most raw, honest, just seemingly effortlessly authentic series in terms of its emotionality. And Kong is the core of that. And there's a tragedy in Geto that I think really no one in JJK quite hits the same spots he hits. No, Seti, I believe it. No, honestly, what I was saying, Fiji, is what is standard in this list is -20. At the very least, -15. So these characters who are -3 they're basically elevations. These are elevations. So Tosin +1 is actually more significant than +1 with how many additions there are. Oh yeah, Avon's here. Marlo is here. What are some others? Morena's there. I don't know. Stringer top 50? He's not been said yet, and we're on 73. Exactly, Alan, yeah. Top 30? Whoa. Top 20? Well, 73 is our favorite rat. The antithesis of Umineko. One of my favorite characters in Umineko. In and around to the top 10. who, without a certain scene in episode 6, would not hit it as hard as she does, but that scene does so much. It fills all the gaps in her that Jesus, phrasing! I'm so sorry. All the gaps in her characterization. It's a great scene! It enriches her! It's a great scene that enriches her. And makes all of her interactions that much more rich. Anyway. Her dynamic with Battler, unbelievably beautiful. She's an incredible character to love to hate. You know the scene I'm talking about with Delanor. With Delanor. That's one of my favorite scenes in all of Umineko. She's Burn Castell's wish to be understood and be human, but also something for Burn to discard and stomp on the value of. And that's the duality of Burn, right? I feel like Burn often, depending on the moment in the story, could either trample on humanity or despise that she's not a part of it. This agonizing, boring, this agonizing, dull existence. No, I think you'd like her, Hannah. I think you'd really like her. That plagues Burn Castell at any given moment. Rated dynamic, Angie and Erica. I think S. And then this is notable for Egil, Xenoblade Chronicles. Egil is one of my favorite characters in Xenoblade, and I think he's the perfect antithesis to Shulk. And I absolutely adore Egil. But he's one of those ones where I've just went, I think actually, looking at the characters that are surrounding him in and around the top 50, he's a little lower. But he's still in and around the top 5 for Xenoblade, and Xenoblade's one of my more favorite casts. And there are absolutely jaw-dropping, iconic, legendary scenes that have formed me into the person I am today. From Egil. But yeah, I think this is one that I felt, even though it's 23, it's less than, 30 here or 38 or whatever. That one's worth noting. Wasn't that exactly our wish, Hourglass? Your blade, it did not cut deep enough. Yeah, Egil is such an Attack on Titan character to me. A lot of the appeal of Egil is present in the likes of Reiner or Zeke. Unbelievable character. And I think that's the end of the tier. I think that's the end of the tier. Let's see. Okay, where should I end here? Where should I end? We're not doing the full next tier. We're not doing that. But I could do a couple more. Let's continue a little bit. Maybe let's get into the top 70. Gaunter's higher than you thought? Last year, Gaunter was... Where was he? 64. So he hasn't dropped more than 7. Number 71 is, I think, one of the most slept-on characters in Hunter x Hunter. Majima and Sagawa as a dynamic, straight up triple S. I adore them. The complexities, the interpretive nature of it does this show a care, or is this showing a repulsion? Is he proud of him? Is he genuinely proud of him? Or does he kind of sadistically enjoy it? Or both? It's one of the best. Illumi Zoldyck. Illumi Zoldyck, the richness in Illumi's psychology, you can drown in it. Go get him, Tiger. Oh. Worm? You can drown in it. His outlook towards Killua, and the way you look at the way that his the way you can see why he feels that way due to his family's conditioning, what it means for Silva and the Zoldyck family culture, and how trapped he is, and the love he feels for Killua, and how he pours all of himself into Killua because it's the one bit of control he feels like he has, maybe an extension of himself. Maybe there's jealousy, envy, and pettiness at the fact that Killua was able to live a life, and that possession of that, how possessive and toxic that love is to wrest back some control for himself. Ilumi is unbelievable. Unbelievable. He's incredible to me. And a -2, like I said, this economy, that's hella impressive. Number 70. Where am I going to stop? Maybe I'll stop at 60. Maybe I'll do the top 65 on Wednesday. A final bet? I don't know if I can do one. I can't think of any bets that are left, honestly. But we can start next stream with a bet. Like, literally the first one. I've been thinking of Ilumi lately in an even darker light, where he's actually not as trapped by the Zoldyck culture as you'd think. Really? And in that, a lot of it's just simply a choice and agency to do that, rather than, I'd rather you not. I think we might, Raph. But we will have a Yap session. That's interesting, Fiji. I experienced Hunter x Hunter first through the 99 version, and that episode when he's revealed by the end of the exam literally changed my brain chemistry in regards to story twists. I experienced it in 2011, and probably didn't change my brain chemistry, but it was an incredible moment. I still need to rewatch 99, or elements of 99, like episodes of 99, to see how I feel about it. He really just revels in it. He loves it. There's a level of conditioning there, of course. He was raised into it, and it's all he knows. But I think he embodies what the Zoldycks are meant to represent more so than anybody in the family. That's interesting. See, I've really contemplated that line of thought, and ultimately just went the other way in the past. Like, over the years, I've thought about that for sure. But I ultimately just have... Yeah, I've taken the other path with it. Something to keep in mind, though. I do really like the idea of him being the Zoldyck ideal. Like, more than anything. It's very interesting, for sure. Also, Fiji, I mentioned this earlier, but can you believe Tokyo Ghoul Re? Tokyo Ghoul Re? 2 weeks? 2 weeks? I can't believe it. I know I'm not ready. I know. Thank you, Sarah. I did do a video on Ilumi. The guitar riff when he reveals the hair. Oh, yeah. Bah, bah. Oh, boy. Now, speaking of characters, him being the Zoldyck ideal but still isn't the awaited heir, the irony in that... that is crazy. And the criticism that could then reflect back on the Zoldyck family and their customs through that mechanism. The entitlement to that position that must breed in Ilumi. Right, yeah. And again, the resentment he'd feel like Killua, potentially. I've not seen the modulo cover, no. I need to finish my Tokyo Ghoul reread before the restreams. Well, you got lots of time. We still have 2 weeks and 2 days, so you got plenty of time. I actually need to reread the Owl Suppression arc before we start. But I'll probably get started on that in the next week or so. And it'll be a quick read. It won't take super long. But I need to refresh. Oh, and Jack too. Yeah, I forgot about that. Number 70 is a character a mainstay of these lists, and one who I really hope, maybe not this time next year, but maybe by 2028, whenever Re-Trilogy Part 3 comes up, will take a huge jump. I really, really hope so. Sephiroth. There are so many things that I think are done really well for him, but there are also so many things that are unfulfilled as of yet that are I'm kind of either extrapolating or expecting to happen but haven't happened. Like, he's gonna soar. I think he could, but we need certain things. I think I need a reconciliation with Aerith. Some sort of big Aerith cookage. That's the main thing I want from Sephiroth. And then I want finality. So, but even as it stands, I think Sephiroth is endlessly tons of subtext and juice and interpretations you can get from the way he interacts with people. I think he's incredibly rich. I think he's incredibly built exactly for the type of story Re-Trilogy is, and is perfect for what it is, and actually, maybe not as flawless as he is in the OG, but to me, more interesting. I think this adds more interesting layers to him. And the whole hero concept that's brought forth through Ever Crisis, just fascinating stuff across the board. I need them to have tons of scenes together. I like all the little subtextual details and the intense emotionality built into the character. Me too. In the first game, he is super on point. I think he's probably the best executed character in OG, considering what he is. But I just love all the stuff that gets added to him. Glenn and Rufus, how Sephiroth manipulates Rufus through showing him Glenn, and how petty that is, considering that Rufus... there's just so much. I have a strong belief that he will change me no matter what. I hope so. He's fantastic in every iteration, and he's only getting better. And being petty is incredibly human. You're the only person who made me slightly interested in Sephiroth. The 9-hour video, I'll take it. If I inspired something in you for Sephiroth D, I'm happy about that. Me too, Power Flare. Though I do think we need an Aerith resolution with him. It's just, Aerith and Sephiroth are two, like, we have Cloud in the middle and we have Aerith and Sephiroth in their cosmic duel. It feels like it's literally laid out for that to happen. Oh, speaking of which, what the hell? Yeah, oh, can we have part 3, like, tomorrow? Oh my god. Anyway, 69. Another Final Fantasy villain. One of my absolute favorites, third or fourth favorite in Final Fantasy IX. Kuja. Talked about this guy for years. I have him slightly better than Sephiroth for more comprehensive payoff. He's simpler, I think, but a bit more powerful emotionally, a bit more impactful, just because we have the full payoff of everything that's going to happen, and it's beautiful and brilliant, and his dynamic with Zidane is so insanely good. And the sheer weight of how one can scream out that they deserve to exist, and how much you just don't care and sacrifice so much for the sake of that. Kefka next. Ooh, I'm so excited for you, Weaver. Oh, his relationship with Garland is hella meaty. There's a lot there. But also with Kuja, the sheer loss and desolation one can feel in feeling like the world has left them behind. Kind of Red Dead Redemption 2 core. And how one screams out for that as a result of that. I adore Kuja. And yes, his dynamic with Zidane. Sarah, you're mentioning getting into FF7. This is a dynamic in FF9 I think you'd really like. Is one with Kuja. $68? Ugram Hoshvalth from Bleach. We mentioned Basby earlier. That is the core emotional, I guess, apex of Ugram. And that fills in all these sorts of details and elements of why he is the way he is. But to me, the misled sort of confirmation bias, gambler's fallacy, dedication he has to Yuha is so beautifully paradoxical and layered in terms of and full of elements of coping in the way that really I love sinking my teeth into. The poof, the sort of poof Dutch Toji-esque contradictions and paradoxical elements of his psychology, all here in Ugram. Adore him. Totally adore him. And I think he's gotten stronger for me over time. He could have had a more human agency, but rejects that in himself. Garland does? Oh yeah, for sure. Without a doubt he could have, yeah. And the sort of wrinkle in his psychology, the little flaw in the programming when his children do not follow suit, is it's really good. Have I played FF16? Yes, I have. You can check my backlog if you're ever interested in knowing what I played. But to answer the question, yes, I played it upon release. So yeah, Ugram, amazing. Amazing. Finding solace in his complete faith for Yuha is beautifully tragic. And then remember that conversation we had of, do you think he does confront the idea that he could have had a different life, a more fulfilling life? Does he confront the idea of regret? And just those questions and how we can ask them about Ugram, and I could see both ways, even though I have a solid idea of what I feel. Sorry, the door was making a sound. Is a huge part of why I love him. He's to me, he's one of the most complex psychologies in Bleach. That as well, Moonless, horrifying. How many games have I played on my PS5? A lot. Like 10 to 15? Have you considered watching Marvel's Daredevil? I've watched it. I watched it the first 2 seasons. Yeah, very much like Ulquiorra. Yep. Yeah, 10 to 15 or so. Maybe closer to 10. Expedition 33, Rebirth, Remake Intergrade, Unicorn Overlord, you know, a bunch of games. You've only played 16? I've played 16 as well. Yeah, I played a bunch of games for PS5. The fact that Ugram is always associated with fire, with him being there, with Yuha, with Yamamoto. Oh, yes, and him also being trapped in Senjumaru's Bankai. Also, yes, I forgot about that. The illusion, yeah, that's really, really good. The Discord community's amazing. Thank you for shouting it out, Gliers. I'm glad they helped you out. Okay, let's do 2 more, and then we'll bring it home for today. Someone mentioned this character. Yeah, he covered him. he covered he covered Baz up in his mind. Gaunter O. Dim from The Witcher 3. Hearts of Stone specifically, but he's also in The Witcher 3 base game. He's been here since the start of these lists. He continues to be. Is he God or the devil? Is he an angel? Or a devil? Or a demon? Is he beyond definition? Is he Cthulhu-esque? Kind of. But also, he's like the playfulness, the enigmatic nature of him, the way his atmosphere is built up through children's songs throughout the region as they chant his name in these sort of nursery rhyme, folk tale-esque ways. The atmosphere surrounding Gaunter O'Dim is a huge part of the reason that Hearts of Stone is one of the best DLCs and expansions atmospherically, but just in general. Oh yeah, Indy, I would love it if Witcher 4 tapped into him. And the thing is that wouldn't be forced at all. He's a character who could easily be revisited in that way. And it wouldn't feel forced at all. It would feel very natural, because he's been here forever, and I imagine, will continue to be. Yeah, the professor who's stuck in his hovel. Just, there's lots of word-of-mouth, atmospheric bits that build him up, and then when you meet the man himself, he is everything that he's built up to be and more, and so enigmatic and so interesting, and weirdly, maliciously playful. Geralt can beat him because he can face himself without running. Yeah, honestly, the messages associated with anything outside of Olgierd and his sort of situation don't really resonate with me a lot, but it's more the mysticism, the lore, the stuff Sebastian mentions there is really, really cool subtextually and really well done, and is quite healing. That sort of stuff isn't what really, in spite of that though, sort of stuff isn't what really drew me into, I guess, the conclusions of Hearts of Stone, as much as the darker bits, the cooler bits, the Bloodborne-esque bits. Can Ulquiorra make top 50 now that people above him have gone down? We'll see. Where was he last time? Like 57? 54? Gaunter, yeah! When Gaunter looks at the player too, oh my god. The Witcher 4 or Cyberpunk or Orion in terms of excitement? Tom, why would you say that? And yes, Gaunter O'Dim's rules on the world, they are self-imposed. I think they definitively are. So he loves establishing the rules that people play by. Which is interesting as well. Okay, Tom, assuming that both are masterful games, as I hope they both will be, Witcher 4, they're both 11 out of 10s for excitement, but Witcher 4, because Cyberpunk, I think, is a better game than Witcher 3. So Cyberpunk has a head up on the original Witcher 3. So I'm hoping for Witcher 3 to make up ground a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Iris is able to find some peace inadvertently through Gaunter. Do you attribute that to Geralt, or did he want that to happen? I think that he would find it interesting. I think that he's a simple observer, witnessing what's happening. I don't think he has any inclination or leanings or any biases. I just think he enjoyed the narrative and was entertained by the narrative of what Geralt was doing, and by his whim allowed that to happen, or was the conduit for that to happen. I don't think it's all Geralt. I think a lot of it's Geralt, but I also think that a lot of it is Gaunter being like, huh, wouldn't that be interesting? Is how I feel about it. When Geralt asks him about what happens if he loses the bet, and Gaunter goes, will all three go on a wild ride? Oh, yes. Oh. He's such a great monster. He's such a great monster. Gilgameshi? I see why you say that. He reminds me of a mix of kind of Ichibei and a couple of characters from Alan Wake, and there's some Gilgamesh too. Welcome back, Mel. Welcome back, Mel. You missed the Illumi gush, but always glad to do it more. Will all three go on a wild ride? Yes, Hearts of Stone is incredibly Faustian. It's incredibly Faustian, and that's kind of one of the things I love. Crossroad Demons, that sort of very traditional horror. Kind of like Sota. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, we'll see how much like Sota he is. He did tell him to have fun, yeah. And the last one for today. We'll start with the top 65 on Wednesday. Andrew Ryan. One of the great video game characters defined by his city. Defined by the indirect environmental storytelling. His Randian philosophy that is put out there and examined and enriched. And deconstructed systematically. Would you kindly move him up a few spots? Maybe. To me, the core of why Rapture is one of the best video game settings ever. I used to have all the speeches memorized word for word. In my mind, they are. Also, hello, Kyloff. Sorry, I didn't mention you. I didn't respond to your message directly a few minutes ago, but I saw you come in. Glad you could catch us for the last little bit. Masterful character. By far the best character in BioShock. Whew. And I think that's it. I think that's where we'll stop for today. 5.5 hour stream. The majority of, just over halfway of the list done. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I hope you guys have enjoyed some of the placements, some of the new additions in their spots, some of the rises. But yeah, it looks like we'll be able to finish this on Wednesday. It looks like we will. Yeah, I think so too. The JoJo duo, we've not seen multiple new characters who will be on this list. There are lots of new additions to come that have not been revealed in the top 60, up to the top 65. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. We will be back where we finish this list on Wednesday. We'll see who ends up on top. We'll see some of the big risers, the big fallers. We'll have some more bets. And then One Piece movie day on Friday, One Piece chapter 1181 on Sunday, and a week today, we do top 100 fiction. But we've got more reveals before we get there. The Paintress is on this list. Once again, you guys will get access to the full stream, so to the full list when we finish this. When I finish the list, it'll be added to the master document. But you could also check the VOD for explanations of certain placings and stuff like that. This will go on YouTube too. Anyways, thank you so much, mods. Thank you for the resubs and stuff. Hope everyone has a great start to your week, a great rest of your Monday, and I'll see you guys in the Discord and or on Wednesday. How far into it am I? Like it says on screen, we just do up to 66. We just revealed 66. So top 65 left. Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your day.